Pairings are up and running. Let's get started. I'll be going second in the first round. This is going to be a 12-round online event that is going to happen in a very rapid-fire fashion if previous iterations of this tournament are anything to go by. Since I have to blank my rec, we should actually look at this properly. See what I'm going to do. If we have a T or an L available, we're going to have T total. I'm trying to see if I have a 7 on this. Common letters, but of course the double T, double E is maybe going to be a little bit of a distraction to work around. But we'll see. Oh, there's going to be a change 3. If I can't find something quickly, response to an exchange in the first turn in this kind of situation where I can't really score should be another exchange. Probably going to keep ATE blank. Keeping the 2 vowels there is something I'm a little uncertain of, but let's make sure we're actually stuck first, though. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Yeah, so many things like denotate and so on. There are so many 8s that are possible. But I think we need to exchange so I don't burn time. Because spending a minute on that kind of situation is already a bit rough. Yeah, keeping both vowels there was not smart. However, you can still have things like Tanier with an N on the blank. And so that would potentially work. And of course, this would go through a lot of extra tiles for an 8 if a consonant goes on the board, which it almost certainly will. So, okay. It's not probably going to connect to that E for the purposes of something on the triple lane, but I think if we just go like that, ugh. Look at all those hot spots for consonants on either side of that. That's not great. I think this might actually be a little bit safer. Neither of them are good, to be honest, because the other spot has the X bombs and so on, Z bombs on this side. I think we'll just take it. Now, pretty good tiles on our side. I don't see a 7 on it yet, but probably there will be something for the I. Let me just jot this down quickly so we can actually take a look at this properly. I need to see this in all caps. And in the meantime, I should actually show my notepad. So I can work this out. And there might be something with a second E as well. In any case, that lane is going to be blocked up a bit. What we can probably do, well, let's see. Or we can just put a 10s on something if there is actually a hook for it. We're just a little short of having the space for it, in fact. However, nope. Oh, on the C. There we go. Look at that. Drawing like crazy here. Gonna have Isobear on this. I think there might be a second one that's in colons as well, but I'm not exactly sure. So for today's event, we are taking our games in the International Dictionary, colon Scrabble words. I did play an over-the-board tournament in this lexicon earlier in the year. So it's not completely rusty. It is somewhat rusty, though. It's not something that I get a lot of regular practice on week to week. I feel like there's almost certainly something that is going to be through the T's in the tens as well. If we need isobear, I'm trying to remember if ET takes an S in this lexicon. I think it does anyway. I don't really remember, to be honest. But that might be the spot. It does dangle the E in a potentially very damaging triple lane. So if you're ahead, you probably don't want to do that because it gives your opponent way too much comeback potential. Yeah, taking a look at this, I feel like there's definitely something in there. However, there is aerobats through the A. Aerobats. That would be down here, arrow bats. That also dangles the A in kind of a rough position. If we can do isobear over this, isobear, look at that, that works. This is going embarrassingly well for the first game. Embarrassingly well. We can't really rely on draws this good the rest of the way by any means. Okay, we have the second blank as well. We're not going to get a bingo off of this kind of rack. A little bit too clunky, but if we can just get rid of some of the clunkier consonants, that's something we should look at. Eventually, we may want to look at a 6 that comes down here, just down on Gab as well. I'm definitely still looking at this hotspot here. It could be potentially good if we have something. Well, we don't have the right vowel for it because I is not going to go in front of the TE. But something like a consonant would potentially be pretty decent over there. I actually don't remember if isobear takes an S on the end. I think it does. I think it's like a unit of measurement or something. In which case, we would probably be going something like, oh, okay, that works too. Notice that there is the possibility of S on care over here. I don't think we have something for an S heavy consonant finish necessarily. We don't really have the vowels to work with. Yeah, it's too bad that we don't really have anything that's going to give us a nice good stretch over here unless we burned a blank on it, which I'm kind of reluctant to do. Probably, I mean, you know, normally I would just do something, oops, like U, but I don't want to dangle the V in that lane, and the V is not a great tile for that anyway, but we don't want to take any chances. Probably we just want to just dump this and block things off a little bit in that spot, since we're way ahead. We should take a look at ing in case, you know, you have things like evenings if you have an E to play off. And ISH ending might be something worth looking at. Probably there is something. I'm trying to remember if something like this with the E on the blank is good, but I don't think I'd risk that regardless. I'm looking currently at whether there's anything off the A. We should also look at the IVE ending. But I think getting rid of the V and doubling the N is what we should be looking at here. I might even just fish off 1v. Our rack is so good right now. We have potentially lane off of here, lane off of here, and off the T. Very tempting to just play V. Or even, no, we don't have anything that'll stretch over to the O. Or even just, veins here. Blocks off that lane as far as bingos go. We should also look at whether there's a VS ending here. No, not really. Not with what we have. So either we play this off for turnover, or let's not burn too much time looking at this. We're about 80-ish ahead, 90-ish ahead, 90 exactly ahead. 23 points there. That's not really enough over what we can get off of this. Let's just play it off. So there probably is a good chance it nines through the TE, if I had to guess, but we're not that good at looking at that kind of thing. Tennises, no, not really. Doesn't quite fit. Okay, so that spot's going to go down. We really need to look at whether there will be something under the R. I think at the very... Oh, we actually have tennises off of this. I don't like the Q spot out there on the I. That's the only thing. And then I think, I'm trying to remember if like something like end scene would be good, but I don't like the dangling down there as well. Maybe if we're bingoing, the Q risk isn't too bad. I mean, it's a Q risk and an X risk, and both of them are still available, and so I don't really like that. And I'm actually not 100% on end scene to begin with. Let's think about this. If we have an alternative to tennises here, tininess, no, that we have 2E. Positions. Also, I think I might be thinking of add to site. So again, I'm not confident on that. Let's just go tennises probably. Unless I can see something better off the R. Because we do technically still have the ing ending. So let's take a look at this quickly. Yeah, we just have to eat it. Put the S down here. I don't like it. It does have a potential for a massive bomb like here with Cuddies or something like QADIS or something similar. That would be about 100 points. It would be a massive comeback play. I'm going to get the extra 5 points off my opponent challenging tennises. If this is not taken, I'm going to take it with either my K or my P. I probably would play like Kip. I don't think I have something that is going to go all the way down to the double. So I think we just take Kip for 40 and just kill the spot. Just taking a careful look at this here in case I am missing something that can actually score well there, because of course you can have a P start there as well. I'm just looking at whether we have a better option. I think we just go Kip. Let's not burn time on it. We're about a minute down from my opponent, 27 in the bag. Hopefully we're far enough ahead that endgame analysis isn't going to matter too much here. But anyway, we have the Z available now. No really threatening hotspots for it. We have to keep an eye on this bit here. S on scare is probably not as much of a factor as it was before. This is not a very bingo-friendly board anymore, apart from something maybe on the outside lane or something off the sea. Well, we're obviously just going to take it, unless... Yeah, Q is still somewhere unknown. Notice that if I put Ape here, it is going to create an X risk for Apex, but I think that is significantly outweighed by what I'm looking at here. Oh, or you can do Lazar like that. That's even better. I like that. Okay, doubling up on the U's, terrible with the W, but if we play one of them off, we still have one available for Q insurance, essentially. So let's just see what happens. I'm probably not going to do anything to extend the board. You see, now we've kind of killed the 6th spot off of Gab. Again, as I was saying, this lane here, anything off the sea, those are the main bingo risks at this point. Let's actually draw a little bit more accurately here. Yeah, here, or anything down this column, or anything off the R. And if it is 7 tiles played off the R, potentially you have an S hook on the ends. Well, except there are no more S's in the bag and no blanks, so that's not going to be a factor anymore. So S hooks are not even an issue right now. The last one was actually played quite a while ago. I didn't even pay attention to how the S hook and Ice Bear that we were talking about much earlier was taken by my opponent. And of course, Tennis's had the last one here. So with no S's available, and with us being 200 points ahead, I should be able to just close things down at this point without worrying too much. It's very tempting to go with something like Funnel, but you know, one of the ways that we can lose at this point is to have the triple lane dangling like that. With the available pool, maybe it's not too much of an issue, but that's the kind of thinking that gets you into trouble. So if we can mostly just try to think about how, for example, here, if we draw an O later, and there are 5 O's in the pool, either the F or the W would go there, and that's about a 30-point play. So we can try something like that if we're... I mean, it would be the W that goes there, and an F in the pool. Notice J is still available, but J is not going to parallel with anything there that works, as far as I can tell. So right now, it's really just managing risk, I think. Funnel might not be that bad. It's only going to score 20. Okay, finally a play goes down. It's going to be ED over there. I mean, if we have a way to sort of obstruct everything on the lanes that we talked about, that would be great. Almost tempted to just go fun for 8 there, but then it does have a lot of hooks on the end of it. I think we're about 200 ahead. Funnel is something that we can probably eat, unless you have this miracle play that has the Q on the double or something. I don't know. I feel like that's poor risk management if you do that. We can also just do something really silly like Rune or something, but no, that's just 5. Again, this is just trying to manage our rack so we are just in the playable position. You know what? You got Qs in a bag, X's in a bag. Let's just play it. I might pay for this. Yeah, because maybe it was to my advantage to just play for no points and keep things very closed and just force my opponent to go down one of the difficult and undesirable lanes. Realistically, the best lane from here actually would have been off the R, and there are no E's available now because the last E just went down. And so E's got exhausted really quickly in this game with stuff like Tennis's, no doubt. I'm still looking at this potential X spot here for apex. I don't want to dump the U because Q is still unseen. Otherwise, I'd play something like Ruth in that position. Let's watch the time here as well. Let's not get too yeah, let's not get too complacent about that. AH is not a bad idea. AW is better. Way better, in fact. Apart from killing the Wu idea on the left side, but we still have potentially things like the F for that, so rather... Oh, we should have actually put the L there too, all AWL. That would have been a lot better. Maybe. Yeah, we should have done AWL. I punched in display and saw it immediately afterwards. Okay. So, and of course we drew the O for that spot. And the P is just going to go down by itself. All right. So my opponent must be feeling either really quite stuck or trying to fish out of this somehow. Yeah, it's mostly just the X and Apex that is, I guess, the main risk factor at the moment. Notice that AAL can go down here if we have something that might be useful, but I don't really have anything to go past to BE. And veto here if we have a way to use that. We can also just go cloud. I don't know if there's really much of a risk over the O at that point. Really just from the... No, we don't want to, again, burn the O so quickly. If you just do Colt or something, the next thing to watch out for is something like here, but there's not much that will put the X there at this point with the available pool. Like no A's, no E's. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Nurse Scuttler, welcome. Yeah, this will be a low scoring play for sure, I think. We could continue just building over here and closing that off. We can probably do a lot better than that, but might as well do it. And yeah, still more U's that we're drawing into the bag. We are on 2 minutes, so the thing is, the one thing that we can lose on right now is time. So let's not be too slow about everything. Yeah, because even if we just do small plays like Cult or something, that's probably fine. At this point, we're pretty much guaranteed to win. But like I was saying, the one thing that we can lose to is time. So we... Yeah, too bad there are no E's or something anymore, because the thing is, something like an FLE start there could have been interesting. Quilt, so let's just play it. I mean, it's not even an X risk next to that U. Unless, unfortunately, there's nothing that's like quilt full or something. 1 T left in the bag, no L's left in the bag, so that's why we're going for this instead of quill. And if there's something that goes through here for oil, that's also something that is relevant to the decision to keep that remaining L. Okay. That's going to go down over there. Again, let's not too, yeah, maybe something like Muley with a Y ending rather than an EY ending. I think that's correct. At some point, we need to play off that J, though. Maybe we just play out a J now. And then X might go down on that other spot. I'm just making sure we don't get stuck with the J. Yeah, because this is the only spot for J. We have to take it first. Particularly because, oh, we're actually down to the last rack already. So yeah, I'm guessing XU is going to go down. And then we need to... Yeah, if I had noticed that the bag was already empty. Okay, no, here's the apex spot that we're talking about. Now let's just take Muley. And then a UFO would be the finish. We have 2 spots for that. Either off Y or, yeah. Unless there is a new spot that has opened up and I don't see one. So I think we just take UFO and finish it. And okay, really good start. We drew amazingly well in the first few turns, hence the 500 score. Oh, Muley is actually no good. Muley is a phony. So we got away with one right at the end there. I wonder if like maybe Muley with an EY would have been good. But, I mean, now that we're out of the game, we can actually check some of this stuff. Yeah, it's Muley only with the EY. And Muley only with the Y is not in there. That's the only phony that got onto the board. Too bad. One minor blemish on our game, taking us over to 548. Tennises is a word, yes. And my opponent challenged it, so I actually got the bonus 5 points off of that play. So, actually worked out pretty well. Let me just update the standings here, if I remember how. So we're going to go to round 2 when we can. Yeah, huge win there. Went pretty well. I could tell my opponent was struggling on a closed position late in the game with a lot of single plays here and there. I'll just step through the analyzer quickly because we're waiting for the next round to be paired. And yeah, we're just trying to see what's going on here with the tournament standings in the meantime. Because they just filled in a 12th player, so they're doing a little bit of adjustment to the group. We started with 11 because we were waiting for somebody to even things up, but we do in fact have a group of 12, which is double what we got last time I streamed at this event. Anyway, while they're getting the pairings done up, let's go to the analysis. We don't need to be too careful about this one. I will just step through it and see if there's anything really interesting. My opponent started first. Interesting that they chose to exchange out of this rack instead of playing something off for 20-something. There's so many choices here. But yeah, it was exchange RRY, trying to go for a bingo right away. I mean, you could have just played try and kept maybe a double R. So yeah, no bingo here. Oh, also, we're going to start the next round already, so I'm just going to step so we have it on video and we can see that we actually did miss a bunch of stuff. But yeah, let's just step through it quickly and then we will go to the next round right away. No time to look at it, unfortunately. Maybe we can go back later to look at that 9 that I missed, Encientes or whatever. Anyway, this is going to be fade out. So fade out is going to go down, and we will see what we can do with this. I don't think anything is going to go through the N for the ING necessarily, so we want to play off the G almost certainly. We don't want to keep it in this kind of situation. Yeah, not thinking in bingo terms very much here. ISM is potential ending, of course. IER or something like that if we play through. I don't think smidgier or something is good. Let me make sure I've got my drawing tool on here. Okay. So we'll just see what my opponent does. So the opponent that I have right now is the organizer of this event, who runs a 6-round group on a weekly basis and runs this 12-round group once every month or two. And so we've had a chance to stream this a few times over the course of the year. He's got a very val-heavy rack that he's balancing over there, as we can see. This is probably a good time for me to just try to hit some of these hotspots with consonants if I can. I'm actually thinking maybe grimed? Grime or grimed? Tempting to go grimed here for the extra few points. Grime. Can you grime something? Griming, or something that's covered in grime is grimed? That would be grimy, though. Not confident in it. We can look it up after the fact. But not yet, because of course the D is still available as a play, so I'm not looking that up until we have a moment to do it. This is obviously going to be a Q play over here, and then I don't know if we have 7s in this rack, but I think we do have 8s. Like, let's take a look at some of the more obvious ones that could potentially happen. And Dr. Cliche, you thought about Miss Grid? Yeah, I miss a lot of those MIS starts very often. I find those very hard to see. We should, of course, not forget about the potential lanes through G or F. Let's see here. Just to see if I kind of recognize anything. These racks. Is Soignade good? Like Soignade? I don't know. We'll see. I don't think I tried that. I don't even know if Soigné is good. Oh, maybe it is, because it's like Genoise and Soigné. But can you have something Soignade? Not sure. I wouldn't try it, particularly not when I'm ahead. I feel like there's definitely something in one of these two, and I'm just not seeing it in a potential time pressure situation. But it's my opponent's turn, so we have a little bit of time to work that out. And if not, we need to think about alternatives. I feel like this is definitely something. There's something in there that I'll have to regret missing after the fact. Off the tee and fade out. Now, am I correct that there's no 7 in this? I need to think about this carefully. I don't think there is a 7 in this, but I can be wrong. Yeah, regardless, the T is in a pretty restricted position here anyway, so it's not like I have that many potential plays to look at. My opponent's taking a pretty long turn here, so we'll see what happens. In the event that I just want to play something off, we'll have to make a small play, like probably just with a DOE or something. We'll see what makes sense in terms of where to position something like that. It'll probably depend on what my opponent's doing. I'm still thinking about that grimed spot, but we'll check it later. It is kind of tempting to look at something like Soigné, but I think Soigné doesn't even take an S to begin with. Like, I don't think you can do Soignés. So, like, almost certainly it's not also a verb. I think it's an adjective. But then, again, there might be some lexicon differences with that. I never really studied that rack in this lexicon, so I really feel like there's something off the tee. Dr. Cliche, do I like to play plausible phonies like Miss Grid? I've played some pretty plausible phonies. I am sometimes a little too gutsy, in fact, even in this lexicon where it's a 5-point challenge and where the opponent can easily challenge. Okay, last chance to see if there's anything off the T. It would have to start with a T because nothing parallels to V. It's funny because I was just watching something Dr. Cliche earlier about the time that Nigel played IR by mistake because, everybody just at all levels blanks a little bit on where the twos are going to go and what they look like. Okay, let's not spend too much time on this. Probably just want to, again, go. So we might go just toe. No, I don't want to dump the E. Todd. I actually kind of like that idea. It's like no points, but hang on. Can I reset my play? There we go. Todd is just 12. Yeah, oh, no, we do have the second E. What am I doing? I just accidentally played it off somewhere. 11 there. Yeah, there's no double risk in that spot. I've got to have something better than that. I bet we're missing a bingo this turn, but we'll just have to eat that, I think. We're ahead, so it's all right. We keep it relatively closed. S still goes on fade out if we need it. And this is Senecio, I think. Senecio. We need a starting S for that, though, so it's not going to go down. I think there might be something off the G for this one as well, but I don't know if it'll fit, like something genic. Or something with like the ego hook. It starts. Yeah. So let's see, because I actually don't have a way for this bingo to go down in the current position. I don't think there's something else in this rack here, but I could also be wrong. I'm definitely looking at plays off the... Oh, look at that. There we go. Nice position, too. I mean, you got a dangerous-ish X spot here. You've got the consonant spot over the E here. That's going to hit probably for about 50 or so. Or, well, 30 to 50, likely. Possibly more if it's like a J or something there. And you've got the F spot on the right, but I think that's not enough of a concern to not play the bingo. I think we have to take it. Also because I saw it quickly and we want to make sure we're doing okay on time. So this is a bad rack, kind of clunky, but we have the potential for something like Yelk here. I think the spot is very likely to be taken unless my opponent has a significantly better play on either place, and he does. Obviously, because of the consonant situation, we're not going to take anything. Oh, gauntlet. Also, he misplayed, like mistyped gauntlet. I'm going to just pass it back because this was just a typo. We're going to try to be considerate about that. I actually almost let that go. I wasn't even looking at it. It was very obviously just a typo. I mean, we know that. So I don't want to be too unsportsmanlike to the tournament organizer. We're taking Yelk, particularly when I'm winning. I think sometimes in a tournament situation in the past, I've definitely just nuked my opponent's play off the board if they are misplacing tiles by hand. Because, if you're placing it by hand, you've got a chance to look at that. And so still keeping the S for the fade out spot, so we're doing pretty well. We also have the X available, but it's no longer going to parallel nicely here anymore. It could parallel nicely here if we get an I eventually, but that's not going to be the case right now. Likewise with this spot over here. So if we draw into basically an I or a U, then we have some X plays available. And so probably no reason to play it off anywhere this turn. I'm just looking at whether we can dump out some of my consonants. Honestly, I might even just go ABB over here. And that does kill one of the X spots, though, so maybe that's not very clever. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's something that will go on one of the other places as well. Yeah, we don't really have anything that can take advantage of the gauntlet spot at the moment. I'm just trying to see if we have like a bigger play somehow. I don't think we do. I think we should just play off the Bs. Look at that, Z and X. I've been drawing so well in both the games today. Crazy well. You're saying if only the IT were lower, I'd have Nabbit. Yep, very much so. Nabbit might get challenged off the board, but at least he doesn't take any damage. He just can't turn into an elephant or anything. So anyway, at this point, we have Axe. The AXE over here. Do I want to dump all my vowels to do that? I think we can, given consonant vowel ratio and the kind of SH synergy that's available. I feel like this spot is probably not going to last more than one turn. If it's open, we'll take it, but I really don't expect it to remain open. We can also have things like DZH. Oh, we don't have the O here. Never mind. DZHO, I was about to say. Likely the triple spot gets taken. Let's see if we have anything that is a good alternative to that. Either here, maybe here, here. If there is something that will go. I think, I'm trying to remember in Collins MOZ, I think it is good. That, again, kind of dumps out all the vowels, though, in a situation where we really can't afford to do so. If only we had the O, we could have had like ZHO or something there. Okay. As we said, we will take the spot. I'll risk it. We might be stuck with all consonants next turn, but I think 47 here is going to be worth it. We'll get an I. Not great with what we have here to have an I. Also, 2 blanks are still available. This is a very volatile game, and it is still very losable, despite how plugged everything is on the right side. Very, very losable situation if things don't go quite right for the remaining turns. Moi, I think, only takes L on the end. I think anything else goes there, we'd do our 5-point challenge. At the moment, yeah, I don't really see much else that we're going to do. This is going to be tricky because I don't really have any kind of scoring play that I'm aware of. This isn't even, okay, no, I was thinking like Grimes as in, you know, Elon Musk. Grimes, no, she doesn't spell it with a Z. That's just with an S. Still thinking about the D spot there, though. I mean, it's still available again, so I don't want it to be looked up, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, nothing really here right now. If we have an O dangling somewhere, then we have a nice little ZHO spot, potentially. My opponent's also really down on time. Like, he's maybe looking at blanks. In fact, if he's got one or both blanks in a situation that is that closed, that would account for why a player at that level would be staring at this for some time, especially when he knows that he needs a big play in order to get through it. I'll go, yeah, that's not a hook 4, that's kind of a pure 4, so I had to think about what I would have looked at it recently. I'm pretty sure it is good. But anyway, what we said about the O being available for ZHO does apply. The other thing is we can also go... I don't want to extend somewhere here if we don't know what we're doing, like with something like a CH ending. Because anything like... Yeah, with double blank on the board, anything like inch or rich or whatever, like it just opens up bingo spots. Letting ZHO actually just kind of obstructs unless you end up with like a Z bingo from a blank. I actually, that scores nothing though. That's just dreadful. Zin unfortunately has too many hooks in the back. This is actually a bit of a tricky turn. I would like to, oh, you know what? CH is good in Collins. I always forget this. I might actually just go like this. It does take too much in the back in terms of, well, there's only just the one T, I guess. We would want to draw some vowels out of this. I'm trying to think about whether there's anything else that would go in that spot, like something to get rid of some of the R's. I think we have to take it. It does open a bit of a lane, but a lane has a lot of counterplay to it, and we will very luckily get a nice set of vowels to go with this. So there's a pretty high bingo risk. I think my opponent probably is potentially carrying a blank. 4 tiles last turn with some common letters. Hard to tell what's going on, but he's trying to make space. And he clearly needs a space. Lanes right now are really just this and anything off of here. There's nothing else that's going to go down on this board in terms of a big blank play. And yeah, something off the K that goes to the triple obviously would be worst case. Something off on this lane, probably we have a big counterplay with the tiles that we're holding right now. Yeah, Dr. Clerget is kind of like a famous Collins dictionary thing to have CH be something playable. I'm looking at whether we have something that can actually go through here. If not, this is kind of something that presents itself and is really not too bad. There are some parallels off to Z, and of course there's a bingo spot down to E that is not great because we'd be opening a second lane. But it might not be that bad when we're about 100 ahead and still scoring. Actually, this is better, except here, that's not great. On the other hand, if you just go OY, and no, it's not great either. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's a way to do something a little bit better there. Yeah, no, we want to extend here. Yeah, that's take the 34, whatever. So some risk here. We are able to take it as well because we have the other O sitting here. So right now we did open a bit of a second lane, but the thing about the second lane is that it's close enough to the other lane that they both can be obstructed at the same time if we find the right kind of play to do it. 2 blanks unseen, 11 tiles in a bag. My opponent probably is going to bingo. I expect it coming at any point at the moment. The problem with something going down to the E, of course, is that it might potentially kill something off of here, but that, yeah, Rasted. It goes with Strahd, I think. Rasted, Strahd. I'm not really questioning that one, I don't think. I'm trying to remember how. Should take an S, like, you know, who's and hows and whys and so on. That would be the play. The risk is with 4 in the bag, we leave a situation with 1 in the bag and double blank. But of course, like, we don't want my opponent to hit this super hard. I think my opponent, like with double blank and 4 in the bag, he's going to bingo a second time. So unfortunately, like, we're in a bad situation all of a sudden. because he's going to bingo. There are 2 lanes there. So we just need to play something big. This, yeah, I don't like the thought of... And at the very least, even if he doesn't bingo, you've got something like J blank WS, like Jows or something. So I think we have to kill this risk, even if it does open up a single bingo lane there, because at least we're not emptying the bag. I think we have to do it. And we get the other blank. We get 1 blank anyway. And there are triple N in there. So maybe because... Oh, it's going to be a single fishy play over here. Now, I need to see if my opponent is going to have an out bingo off of this. And because you've got the S over here, we can do rejig off of here. That might actually outrun, because it'll put me at about 470 something. And none of the bingos in the worst case are really going to score enough to catch, I don't think. Because you'd have to spend a blank in order to finish something on the H. Worst case bingo would be something that hits double plus a P here. We should actually score that out without even looking at what my opponent has something. Let's think about what his worst score would be. Worst score would be something like P 3-pointer here, S on snit. So that'd be like 10 points. And then the rest of his rack would be 3, 4, 6, 16, 32, 36, 86. And we're going to be ahead by way more than that if we go rejig here. So I think this is absolutely going to be the play. And then we've got a lot that we can do here. If my opponent does not play an out, we've got RIZ over there. We've got, yeah, that's the highest one probably. Rye for 12. Trying to see if maybe we have anything better. Cure for 7. Just need to look around carefully. Yeah, so we got saved by the bag a little bit there, because with double blank in such a late situation, I absolutely could have lost that. Rasted is very, very good placement. You've got a bingo down there, and you've also got... Oh, that actually blocks both of the things I looked at here, too, with RIZ and KIR. So, yeah, Rasted was a great play, because it created 2 additional spots in a double blank situation, and we could have lost very, very badly all of a sudden if we didn't have the bag kind of save me there. But I guess the H on house worked out, because it really didn't take very much. That could have been a risk. I think rich is the best I would see. 9 here. I think we'll take that as the out. And we are up on 2 wins. Now let's see if we let any phonies go at the end. It does say in the chat box after the fact, but we'll show it off on the board if anything went a little roughly. So a good start this time. Last time I played this event, I lost, I think, 5 of my first 6 or something, and we eventually kind of clawed that back. And I've definitely lost some last-minute endgames to this player in particular, who's, again, the tournament organizer. And yeah, it was a very good game. We ended up about 100 ahead. Must be doing pretty well in the standings at this point. Let me just update his standings first of all, to show that we're going to be entering round 3 with a 2-0 record. And then until we're invited into the next round, and they like moving this group really very quickly, we'll just bring up the analyzer and just step through to see if we missed anything in particular. So yeah, fade out, we took the best play there. And then Grimed is good, yeah, so I considered Grimed. Grimed is in fact the best play. And up on equity by about 8 points off of not playing the D, just from scoring. Gator just going to go. QI is best. Here. So same kind of principle here in terms of which tiles to play off. Interesting that again, this is only by equity, and opening a triple like that is definitely a consideration. I feel like Toad is a reasonable play given what I have with the S being kept for fade outs. Rafter there, and then there's a bigger spot. I didn't even look at the overlap there because I just saw, I put Toad there. I guess Senecio isn't going to go there because, I did not actually look at this carefully. I should have looked at this to see if we could find the overlap. And then indeed you have the overlap off MOE, which I might have had a blind spot for because it's Collins. And yeah, so this was the gauntlet sequence. I let my opponents have a pass. So that was the kind of sportsmanlike thing you can do when you're ahead, I guess. Evol's going to go there. ABB is actually not too bad. Nabob, very interesting parallel there. It does open next to EN, I guess, but not much worse than Senecio already. And yeah, Iwi is the best play there. Axe is best. Axis is even better. I always have a blind spot for ST as well. Like with CH is one of those really weird Collins words that is hard to spot naturally. And then Alco. So this is what my opponent's looking at. No blanks yet at this point. Hin and Zin. What was Zin? Yeah, no, I didn't consider that for the obvious reason. Dangerous spots. OU is actually best there. ZE, where was that? I didn't look at that. Should have seen it. But I think, yeah, because that doesn't further open up. But I didn't like the idea of keeping YORRS like that. It's not too far off by equity from what I actually did play in the end. ZOL actually was not too bad an idea here either. But yeah, Rasted will go. What was the other spot? Oh, just down by 1. So yeah, he's specifically dangling it there to threaten 2 big plays and to keep the R in a bingo-friendly position as well. So that's how you would decide that. Because, you also have the J risk on a W as well. Like my opponent would look at the pool and he'd be able to accurately say that dumping the W up in that top spot is actually the best way to do that. Anyway, next round is going to be available. I had Jiggier. Okay, no, that's a 6 tile play though. And then, yeah, that's it. So let's get into the next game. Round 3. And Dr. Cliche is saying, I'm on the job, you big nabob. Okay. We are playing Sagan. I don't see 7s here, but I don't know that I would have looked at the rack necessarily. I'm thinking about whether we would have another tile to play through for 8s. Otherwise, priority will be to probably get rid of OA somehow. So, we'll see. And yeah, Dr. Cliche, I remember that particular flourish by, I don't know if that was one of the ones written while Howard Ashman was still alive. Because he made some of the early contributions to Aladdin with Tim Rice filling in the rest, I think. I don't remember who did which song, to be honest, but it sounds like a Howard Ashman thing. Okay, so wood over here, definitely not tiles that I think we are going to bingo through here. Maybe through the L, let's... Yeah, because a social, stoical, etc. But then do we have something that's going to be a 7 tile play to get there? I don't think I would see it anyway, so let's just get rid of some of this stuff. Tempted to just go like Oka or something somewhere. But there's no safe spot for that, really. Maybe even just something like Cola. That's terrible as 8-point play. Absolutely dreadful. Maybe. Oops. ATOC is something that is possible because that kind of kills Paralyze. Not really, though. Claw. No, too many vowels. I don't really like this rack at all. I might even do an exchange. Let's see. This is really kind of a terrible rack. Or maybe just like an AI somewhere that leaves a constant spot. I don't like that at all. Let's just play for 8 points. That felt like an absolutely dreadful play. I bet we missed something big. But we were burning so much time on that. Like I burnt my first 2 minutes on that. We really can't afford to do stuff like that. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, you were saying your kingdom for a P. Oh, did you see an 8 off of a P? I'll look at that in a moment. Tapioca's, right? I see it. I probably would have missed it even if the P were on the board. But yeah. Okay, so probably looking at, let's get the drawing tool on. Weaned over here, I was looking at like J possibilities down here. We can also just do Taj here. Ugh, I can't believe would be keeping like YU stuff out of that, but let's think about this properly in case we have something much better. NY, I sometimes don't visualize very well as a Collins play, so if there's something that can go over there, like JO something Y, I don't really see it though. Let's look at this carefully though. JO something Y or A for that matter, or U, but I don't think that would happen. I'm going to take Taj. Yeah, we are not using time very responsibly in this game. If we can start to dump out some of this stuff like the U's and V's and so on. Unfortunately, no R for curvy or something. Like curvy, and then you would have the S for scurvy and so on. The J there, at some point, somebody will probably try to take that, but there's no incentive to do so when big counterplays can occur. So I feel like the J is just going to stick there untouched for quite some time. Let's see if we can do something here. Y off the B is something that will parallel nicely, but I don't know that we have a reasonable play off of that. Isobear going down again, by the way. We played Isobear in one of the early games today in my first game. I'm trying to see if maybe that we can do something like value, or no, I don't like that. I think we want to go maybe Y, maybe even YE. Ugh, VU is still under rack, though. It's just terrible, even with 30 points. VLY is a word, but we don't have a place for that. I don't think so, anyway. I'm trying to see what else we can do. Something AVY, something AVY. No, not really. Levy. Actually, yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. Doesn't score well, but we have to do it. Too much Drek. Yeah, pretty fly for a white guy, as you were saying. Yeah, you didn't see any sevens. You were saying about the earlier rack, but there are probably about 250k Collins words you don't know. Yeah, Collins I think is about like somewhere about 1.6 or 1.8 times as large. I think. I don't remember. Long is going to go down. G is not really going to be in position for me to do ing stuff. Let's look carefully to see if I have something off the T. Otherwise, I might just have to do a DUIT there and kill the spots for a measly 15. So we're getting bagged this game after drawing like crazy in the first two games. I want to leave this in a fairly open position, though. So, like UN, something like that. No. Yeah, this is going to close the board like crazy, but I guess there's still Isobera down below. Maybe it's in my interest to leave the triple open and go DUI down here to open a second lane, but then that actually just kills the first lane, like kills the only real S spot. So this opens up a bit more space to the left. Let's do it. Okay, this is agonist. That's not going to go down anywhere right now, but it will take a couple of different things. Hang on. With the E, it's just got to be something. That's so common. You would think I'd see it right away. Agonist. Yeah, I'm looking still at the spot down here as well. There's got to be something off of this. Or maybe it's one of those like famous no bingo racks. We should look at something through the other N as well. ING. Just trying to think like would be Estoning. No, I'm thinking of Estony. I think stoning. Actually, maybe it's come up before in Collins. I'm trying to see tweener. I think it's good, but we're so far behind. We need to see. Yeah, it's valid. Okay. Let's see if I can see anything off the T. Otherwise, I think I am actually going to try a stoning off this, and I'm trying to see if I would have seen it anywhere. I really think that maybe there's something worth looking at on this set of 8, but you see, it's not something ending with S because like this is one of the kind of famous 7s that has nothing, right? I'm just trying to remember if it takes something there as well. I think we're going to try a stoning. Oops. We have to do something here. I may be wrong about this one. I haven't looked that deeply into Collins 8s, but this is just one of those like back in the mind plays. NYM over here. And yeah, we need to do something about all of these eyes. Do I have some end to play off for Inia? Or let's see. Dr. Crusade, you saw Suidian. Was that something available earlier? Did I have that rack? Oh, we did when I played DUI. Okay, Suidian off of Isobear. Yeah. I didn't know it actually. I knew Suid, like SUID for pigs and such, but I didn't know Suidian. We're down to 7 minutes. We've got to do this. Gitanos. Did I? No. Oh, I actually didn't see Gitanos, but I wasn't looking at the S hook at the back anyway because there was no S hook at the back. Yeah, no, I know Gitanos. I just didn't even bother to look at trailing S. Okay, we might even need to. Let's actually just do Iwi here for 12. I don't think there's something that's going to go some vowel I Z. That would be amazing if we could, but I don't think it'll happen. A VAIR something would go for just 20 something. Did we have a T to play off for toasting? Oh yeah, off of this spot here, right? Yeah. That would have been safer, I guess. If I weren't 100%. But yeah, we're way behind on this one. But again, I guess that just balances out considering that the bag just gave the first 2 games to me today. And we do have to expect a bit of payback sometimes. As far as the law of averages go, I think we will go Ver in the corner there. It does kind of kill the T lane, though. And close off the board a little bit. I'm trying to see if we have something better. This also kind of kills the T lane if we just take the Z spot there, but it's tempting to do that. It's just that we'd still have VU to deal with after that. And that would be the case against it. And that's going to really start closing off a lot of that spot anyways. So I think we go Vera here. The Z spot will still exist down there, and more Z spots will come up if that gets taken. But I think we really, really need to get rid of the V. Unless I have a better way to do this. Just looking at this to make sure we don't have something that would actually fit like a Z in that spot. Like something UIZ, AIZ. We don't really have options. I think we just have to take it, since it's no longer an issue to close off that T. So yeah, Z play is still available over here. It may actually be what we do next turn. It's just that we're not building up towards a playable rack right now, and so that absolutely remains a concern. We need to really start thinking about how to extend past here, perhaps, with something like a G, U, or G, O start. So maybe, well, let's see. I don't think there's something there that will go with the Z, though. I think it has to be ZO. We just need to take points where we get them, and then, you know, the GH synergy isn't the absolute worst. If that gets taken, we need to look for an alternative. Right now, I'm thinking if it's something like Gup. We have no plan coming out of that, though. Like, what do we even hook on Gup, right? So SS blank still in the bag. We don't have it, though. And yeah, this gets taken, but that's okay because that actually gives me an even better spot for Z. Notice that there's an M that's still in the bag, and it would take the back hook for MZ. And also notice that if we place the O in this position, that's actually quite good for the P, H, or the G to continue. So we actually have quite a few options. And so we will take this gift over here. Now we're only 110 behind. Now, if we can do something like a PH start here, or also, do we have something that would like go MPH as an ending? Gumph. So, no, not really. But if we don't even need to land something here necessarily. Like if we have a big play on the left side with the M. Like I think that in Collins you actually have a Gump if you know your Bubba Gump shrimp. Yeah, it would be nice if we actually had something that would actually end really strong, though. Or even MSH, maybe. Or MI, yeah, I don't know. Because the I does go there as well. We don't necessarily need to hit the Z if we have something that also goes here. Compulse. I guess if you have a compulsion. No, if you have a compulsion, you compel someone to do something, right? You don't compulse someone to do something. It's good. Okay, never mind. These are strong players. This kind of thing happens. Well, I think that one was worth checking. Like, I went down literally by hundreds of dollars in a tournament earlier this year from a critical turn where I didn't challenge something. So, learning experiences happen. I think we're just going to go like Gump or even Hump. Let's dump to G. Imph. Again, if we have something better, like a PH start, I don't know if we want to use the SH for an SH start, but I don't see anything there anyway. I think we just go Gump. Nope, sorry, wrong placement. Gump, like that, 46. I don't think you can have something that's Gumpish, even if it is Bubblegum Shrimp. Let's go Gump. And Chess Bunzo, welcome. You said, hi, my name is Chess Bunzo. People call you Chess Bunzo. Yeah, that they do. Life is like a box of, I don't know, V's and Q's, and like the Q that just went down over here. We are, of course, looking at the fact that I have an S hook for Compulse. I don't think with a double I here I have anything on this turn, but let's be thorough about this. Very tempting to just go like something like Girl over here just so we have an extra spot. HIES is a pretty decent leave. 6 in the bag. We're going to lose, but we can try to recover some dignity. I actually kind of like the idea of doing Girl here. Unless we actually do see something off of this rack. I don't think we do. Hankies. It's not going to go in the top spot. It will go in the bottom spot. But unless my opponent goes parallel here and dangles something like the triple spot, likely we will have a place to play it down low, even if there's a play down there, as long as it takes an S hook. 3 in the bag at the moment, so it might even be an out play. We should see if there is something else that will go down. on a different spot, but obviously if we can get hankies down, we'll play it. I don't know if my phone might be looking at like Floater or something like that. I see that in the pool, a couple of other plays available, and yeah, he'll empty the bag, great. Let's put ourselves out of our misery with 96. And we actually wound up over 400, even if it is a pretty big loss. So, Chess Bunzo, you said you think Wanderer 15 would have said, "Don't clip that to something I said earlier." Definitely clip it because I don't remember what that could have been. Yeah, clip it because I don't even know what you're talking about. You see, when you're in the middle of a game, words lose whole meaning, right? So, anyway, oh, he totally forgot to pass and accept the play. So yeah, here we are. Wound up actually within 54 spread, which, this could have been a lot worse. We'll step through in a moment. Let me just update the standings first. This is a very rapid fire tournament from our experience previously. Like, they go through 12 rounds in about 5.5 hours, even with a bit of a break in between. So let's take a look at the analysis just to not really analyze, but just step through and see what massive plays we missed. So, look at this. We missed a ton of stuff. I don't know this stuff. I think they might be Collins in both cases. Because this is relatively high probability, I think. I would have gone down this far in probability in NWL, I think, but not in Collins for sure. So, yeah, we might not have seen the woulda hook. I would have seen the woulda hook. I would have been a contender. And a lot of stuff like Bidou and so on. Judy. How do I miss Judy? That's obviously best. That is obviously best. I just blanked on it completely. I was too busy trying to look for other stuff parallel down to the NY, I think. We just blanked on this and we're burning way too much time. So yeah, Taj was actually kind of terrible, keeping the YU and all that. Isobert is going to go down. Verily, I was looking for something like that. We just didn't wind up finding it. And so we end up with all the U clunk. So, Suidian, we talked about this earlier, off of Isobert. Inducia, let's see what we can do with that. And we'll make sure we see it on a video. Inducium, an enclosing membrane. So yeah, good in both. So round 4 is going to start, so we don't really... Yeah, stoning is good. I'm just going to step through really quickly in case there's something we really want to come back to look at, like that 9 in round 1 that we missed. Hankies was best at the end. Let's just get into the next round. Yeah, they run this group quickly. You don't really have much time to look between games. I think this is something. Hang on. If it's not something, we'll just play Hog. I'm probably thinking that it goes with R for Thong Ear. But I also just have this weird feeling that I am missing something. It wouldn't be the ing ending. But it might be... I don't think I'm going to see it. Let's just go Hog. Hog tie. Hog tying, etc. Really? There's nothing in there? Let me think. Thong ear. It's close to nothing. It's almost nothing. I don't really like what we're looking at here. I don't think hint line is a single word. And it's not going to go regardless. I can't just call your LucasArts hint line. Yeah, this is a pretty closed situation anyway. We'll probably just undouble like that. Or no points. But then that takes the E and the T and the N at the end. So combined with the potential potential E hook on pole, we might work towards something. Challenge that, really? My opponent challenged that? Okay. Anti-weed on a D if we see something like that. Dr. Cliche, you said the Dota 1 Rasta model says a thingo all the time. You're saying, oh, but Dota 1, wasn't that just one of the troll characters in Warcraft 3 then? Like, I want to say is like the troll axe thrower or whatever from the Orc faction, right? I don't see a 7. I think we see anti-weed onto a D eventually if that becomes relevant. Speaking of which, I think Polt with a T might be good. I might be thinking of one of the StarCraft 2 like pros though. There was a StarCraft 2 professional player called Polt early on in the game. But Pole for sure. You've got lots that can go on the N. I don't know if look at that anti-weed. We'll take it. Not going to burn time on that one. That was really satisfying to just say, well, if my opponent just dangles a D in space, then maybe we have something, and look at that. Okay, in terms of this, if we have an E to play through, we have Ordained. I don't know if we would be looking at anything other than that. We do not have a D, or rather E in the middle of nowhere, so we won't be so lucky this time, but we will probably just take Void over here. A Void or Void? No, just Void for sure. Let's be careful. Let's just make sure we have looked at other spots as well. And looked at the W spots down here if we can. I don't think we're going to see it though, so let's just take Void. Darken if we have an E, but no, not much to look at. We should look at this spot. We don't have anything to go down below the X over there, but we can't really even do anything with the Y. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I don't think we'll get much in either spot. Looking at this spot here as well, I don't see much we can do. Here, unfortunately, you can't have Jadzia Dax in this game. But not that we could have played much off of that either. We might actually just go Dad. And then we have the YAK down below, although you can't really put anything under that second D. But at least the leave here is somewhat synergistic. All right, so really short in vowels here, but if we can just get that K out of the way. I don't think we necessarily want to spend the S on a masturbatory play like that. But if we have something like here, still looking at this spot in case we have something that'll work out. Woo-woo's going to go down. I might even just go like KR here, where KR gives us the S spot down below. I'm trying to see... Actually, if we were to take this spot, walks would be much better. I mean, we're 50 behind or so. It does kind of make sense to just take the points in a spot like that, given that this is not really an S hook board right now, apart from the S on maybe ED on the left side. Yeah, S is not that powerful at the moment. S does go above like the H here, but it's not even in a trailing position. So maybe we'll just go walks. And take the points. Here, I think this is just going to be undoubling next play. Definitely want to get rid of ON at the minimum. And yeah, Chess Bunzo, you thought I wasn't playing Void. Yeah, we are in 5-point challenge. And the opponent's going to exchange. So we have a chance to catch a little bit, maybe. Might even just make a really dinky little play like that to kill the spot. It will leave the constant spot next to YA, of course, but other things we could consider is just close up with something like Ono. We have the S that will go on IO. If we go Un like that, that also gives us more hooks to go down off the IN because we can put N there, we can put T there, I think. The only thing is that you still have that constant risk next to the OO. But not much is going to end there that will be big other than like F. Because starting I on a 2-tile play is usually not too bad. So this actually might open some things up. And look at that. Do we have anything off of this? Let's take a look at NESS ending. Oops. Roteness? No, I don't think so. I would have seen that. That's way too common. I feel like this is one of those annoying racks. There's nothing off D, I don't think. Erodence is there, but it wouldn't be like Denoter or something. Like it would be. I think it's only Erodence, and only in Collins like that Erodent takes DS. If I'm. Hey, wait, RAE? Is that even. I got to think about this. Am I thinking of like the Canadian politician Bob Rae, or is this actually one of the AE words I just don't remember? I don't think it's good. Let's. Good thing I caught that. I never actually look at 2s and 3s when they go down online. Okay, back to what we're doing here. Is there anything off the L? Probably. Is there anything off having the double S here? Yeah, like I said, off D, I think it's only Erodence. I'm probably missing something really obvious. But this feels like I don't think Denoters is good. I really don't believe so. I might even just do like fish 1, not this way. Oh, also my opponent has the J. We should think about what to do to obstruct J if it is at all relevant. I kind of want to fish 1. It's very tempting. Is there really nothing in here? Estrones. If we have an E... Estrone. What am I talking about? Estrone. It's not going down, is it? Estrones. Okay, yeah. Unless I'm just spelling it right. Like, no, that's got to be right. Estrones. That's got to be right. It's funny because I only started seeing that because I started looking at OE as a potential start. Because of like estrins and all that. I think even estrone takes the additional O in front if you have the spot for it. Also, we have the spot for the F that I was talking about over here. Like if we want to just go goof, I actually like that in this position. Closes up like crazy. We should look at the IMG ending here, but no, we have too many constants to take advantage of that. So let's just close up. And it closes off to D as well, unless there's a DY start. Okay, we are probably close to something on this one. even if it's something like an MAN or MEN ending. I feel like we're very close to something. Maybe we need to play it through a vowel. Testament is too long, unfortunately. Trolleys with an IES ending. That's got to be right. But let's check. It's good. Yeah, okay. My opponent actually got in pretty close with that play, so we shouldn't be too casual about stuff like that. In terms of lanes, there aren't really many lanes to work with on this board at this point anyway. Like, unless you can have a finish off UH there, which we won't have. So we should mostly just... So I see yams over here if we want to go like AM for about 30. DAE, does anyone else think DAE is good? I think that should be good. There's so many AE front hooks in Collins that are Collins only that I often forget. I don't like to keep it a double T like that, but I think we just have to eat it. I am, of course, trying to see if maybe there's something that would make sense over here as well. But I think we just keep the E and wait for my opponent to take some initiative to do that. Let's just take points. Okay, this should be something, but we don't necessarily have a spot for it. Yeah, if we hadn't closed off the D here, it would have been Dinette. Again, UH not taking much in front apart from something like a D totally obstructs that lane as a possibility. It's not a bingo board, essentially, but if my opponent opens to the right of trolleys, then we'll take something. Otherwise, we'll just make small plays and try to score in a way that undoubles. You know, even if it's something really silly like TE or something here. Obia. I feel like maybe we have something possible through the O, but we should also look at sevens in case I have something teeniest through E, but like a whole bunch of stuff that goes to R, like insetter and all that stuff. With the O, I think the only one is there is TO Sint. Or maybe there's something else in there too. I know that's in there. But if that's the only one in there, then we know that we shouldn't look through the O. Noisette is in there as well, but that also doesn't fit. I think those are the only two that I can remember. So O is going to be a non-starter. I think we just need to play off of that a bit. We should think about the B just in case, but I'm not really expecting that to do well. So, yeah, we're a little bit ahead. We can kind of take this. EE does not take an S on the end, but we have something like N that could go there. I don't know if we have a better play like that. The thing is, that's not opening any lanes, and my opponent is also not opening any lanes, and so that... And we have nothing that goes in front of B. That's one of the things obstructing me this turn. Also, we're way down on time. We need to just play. I don't know if we have sevens off of this either. Through B would be bounties, so that's not going to go. Q is still unaccounted for incidentally, so that's something that we need to keep in mind. We have no scoring tiles right now. We should actually kind of turn over and try to play for scoring tiles, I think, at this point, because there are too many issues otherwise. O is going to go in front of B. That's something that we should consider. Even if we're just doing something like not or something, then we keep the last remaining U as Q insurance. That's going to go... We have the last S, so I'm actually going to keep the S for something that could be a big play down here, unless we see a big alternative. But my opponent is closing in a little bit, so I'm not liking that. We can also go route, and that opens up a U spot for the Q, but if it gets blocked, then you have a Q stick situation. Although we have QIS potentially, like we have QI still available, so maybe it's not too bad. But the idea behind that is to turn over tiles so I can pick up scoring tiles for the BAE hook. And so that's one way to do it. And then the U kind of creates a scoring spot for the Q, which we may or may not actually want to do. Keeps N for the bottom spot as well. Let's see. You know what? We'll just take it. This might be a game-losing move or something. So QIS is available. QU here, if we just want to go Quim or Quip. Quim is something I know from Shakespeare, actually. But if you look it up, if you don't already know it, you'll wonder why it's not also in the North American dictionary. Dr. Cliche doesn't think S is good. And yeah, Dr. Cliche was saying every est hormone takes the O. Yeah, like estrin and estrone and all that stuff. So Jet is going to kill the Q spot for Quim or Quip. I think we make a small play with the Q and then keep this spot here. I don't know if Prim takes an S, like Prims. But I think we do need to play off the Q regardless, unless we have like N somewhere where it will go. I'm down on time. I really need to just... You know what? QIN here, 15. And then if we pick up an E or an A and such, we have perms. Parm, I think, is good. Like it's Parma cheese, maybe. That might be a Collins thing, but let's take it. We have the last S, like I said. So praise is going to be almost certainly the move here for 48. Like we have the case S. The Q is going to mess up most of the spot. My opponent does not have much incentive to take anything here. If he does, well, too bad for us. Still looking at this in case the N gives us anything on that spot. We're ahead by enough. Again, the one thing we can really lose on is time. Y also goes down here if the top spot gets blocked for something like Yum. I think Yump is also good, but since it's available, we're taking praise. And then we should just be able to win this. Nim for 8 down here. That gets challenged. Nim for 15 over here is better. And so we've got 2 places for Nim. And we actually have more places for Nim if we don't have all of that get blocked. So this should be a win, unless there's some crazy IZE ending that I didn't account for. Actually, even something like 5 tiles here with ZE would be good, but I don't see that as being on my opponent's rack. Like, I don't think there's like a glaze or graze that has an I in it. So, yeah, predictably that goes down. Then we just pick one of the spots for Nim, and then that should be a win. Let's take a look at this carefully just in case there's something else I've missed. But I think we just take the win. Okay, there we go. Any ponies on the board? I guess we'll find out. And yeah, good thing we caught the RAE play. That was kind of critical. Let me just update the record, and then good start today, actually. After, did we play 4 already? Oh, no, this was round 4. Now we've played 4. Yeah, so we've played 4. Next round is going to be round 5. We'll wait for pairings to come up, but we'll scroll through this quickly without really getting a chance to look at anything properly. Dr. Cliche, you said you really appreciate how the Scrabble dictionaries have every word ever misspelled by Spencer and Shakespeare, but don't include legit vernacular with standardized spelling that appears in countless books over the past 200 years. Were you thinking of SUH, like SUH, or I don't even know what that would mean, though. But yeah, I mean, the more you play Collins, the more you realize that Collins only words should be in both dictionaries, and that Collins actually may not even include enough. Averted, anti-weed. Anti-weed was the only play there, actually. So that was very nice for us. Covey over here would have been interesting. Android, we missed Android. I didn't even look at it because of the 4-tile overlap here. I didn't even look for a 7, and we should have seen it. It's fairly high probability, and we should have recognized it. But those were not the droids we were looking for. And so Yex down here was Void. Yeah, Void was near the top play, but having OH there doesn't really open anything, though, so. My opponent's already holding blank at this point. Dryad, speaking of Warcraft 3 units from earlier. What do we have in? Yeah, we just played Dad. Yeah, I was looking for something like that. Dryad opens up dramatically to the left, of course. Ubu naturally goes. Kaons didn't consider it. I was looking at that spot trying to find something on the K. We just didn't see Kaons. I know it, but we didn't see it. So Walks was actually second best by equity. Q. Interesting that, yeah, I guess my opponent just didn't see the Q spot or didn't want to burn the S on it, more likely. Notornus, I don't know it. Something nocturnal, probably. I almost put in a shoutout command instead of a define command there. But Notornus is, oh, it's actually a domestic fowl like bird of New Zealand. Okay. Oh, actually couldn't both. Even if it is from New Zealand. So there was a place for Jors with SAE. Maybe my opponent wanted to do something like that. S-Drones, I'm glad we saw it. I nearly gave up on that rack before we saw it go down. Goof is best. Look at this. Trolleys is good, but Euro lifts off of Shog. That's really quite interesting. Hard to see that, though. And then there's Trolleus. Strobele as a 9. Look at that. Beautiful. And Link Rot. All your old websites going down. I wonder if that's a recent addition. AM actually is best here by equity. Obia going here. TE. TE is actually reasonable here, despite being 9 points. I didn't see this overlap here, though, of course. And with something like F unseen, I think maybe killing the spot was all right, given that we kept the N to hook onto EE. Biface for Cobia. I always forget about Cobia. I know it, but it's a hard one to see. And yeah, nothing here other than various OU plays. What do we end up doing? We ended up going route to open things up. OU, look at the equity on this, but there's no spot for bingos, so the equity doesn't matter, right? Like, again, the justification for route is trying to draw towards a play off of the case as on base. And one of our favorites, Feijoa, available here. Yeah, my opponent clearly just doesn't see a C on Cobia either, I think. And it's just easier to dump to J. By equity, a lot of plays keep the Q, but near the end of the game like that, with Q spots closing up, I don't think I would have risked that. Like, that would have left the I up there as the only Q spot remaining, and it's very easily closed. So I think this is fine. Prims is good, incidentally. That's probably fine. Praise is the obvious move. Yeah, there is agrees. I have seen that before with the S to 7. And yeah, pretty clear ending here. Let's go into the next round. My opponent is waiting. Okay, so I'll be going second. And we'll see how this one goes. Catherine Beefheart, welcome. Yeah, Catherine Beefheart, at the end of the game or with any game link that you go to, including observing games in progress, I think, there is an analyzer built here into Woogles, which is the platform that we're playing on. And it is not the full kind of simulation based analyzer that actually kind of steps through and tells you the best plays. The analyzer is kind of like a very quick calculation of the point value of what you've played and what you've kept. So it shows you the available moves just based on that. That's what we call equity. But to do a proper game analysis, you need to step through a simulation, like a look-ahead simulation, kind of like you would with a chess engine, and then it'll give you a more precise calculation of what a play would perform like when it comes to win percentage. Brow over here, we don't have too much I want to do off of that. I'm probably just going to go Fog for 19. Fog will take the Y for Fogey. We'll probably just go Yay to celebrate that remaining open, if it does remain open. We definitely should dump one or both Ys. What is going to go there? Yay. Okay, no, A doesn't go under W, so Yay is the obvious play. I don't know if we have anything here. Dish here. This year, I'm just trying to see where that would go. It's just barely not fitting over Bogey. SH, unfortunately, no YI. I'm trying to think about Yay, like whether it takes the S. I think it does, but there's something there in the North American dictionary. Like, so there are a whole bunch of the ones that are like different forms of yes, like Yay and yeah and so on. And there's something in there that doesn't take the S. I think it's like YAH or something that doesn't take the S. Or I think Yay should be fine. And this year goes to here anyway. It's just that that's a worst position for it. So we technically have two spots for this year. The Yay spot is better. Oh, sorry. No, actually, I put the S in the wrong place. This year here, neither spot is really good. DAP is going to kill that idea anyway, but this year now goes like this, and that is actually best. 91. Okay, I am pretty vowel heavy here. I don't think I have a 7, but we need to look for 8s. There are multiple spots with R potentially being a factor. And I feel like the R actually does have something, but maybe not. It's a bit vowel heavy there. And Dr. Cliche, you said if only it were Finnish, Y is a popular ending. Yeah. Finnish Scrabble, I wonder what the tile valuation on the Y is, in fact. Catherine Beefheart, you said you like to play thematic words and you've never been good at mapping or using the board for points. Yeah, that's okay. Style plays are still stylish. I don't know if there's going to be something like auto eel, if you're taking the elevator in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Or maybe something that has U AET ending. No, I think we will probably just have to dump some vowels, even if it's do or duo over here, we just take it for 12. Do or duo? I don't know. Probably do. Let's see if there is anything off to J, because J has a bunch of stuff like jewel that might be good, but if we're building towards bingo, we either do duo or do, and off the top of my head, I don't know if there's one that's better. If we can play off even more vowels, that'd be better. Like if we play off EAU somewhere. Again, I don't know if there's something we're missing off the bottom R on this year. I feel like that's very much a possibility that we're missing something like a TURE ending. But I honestly don't see it. If we can just maybe just unduplicate over here, and the E still dangles there for potential bingos. We're still keeping way too many vowels out of that, though. Yeah, too many vowels out of that. Should have just maybe killed that spot with that jewel or something. Captain Beefheart, don't I want to play off to J? You're saying you never played this game to win, just to have funny cohesive words. The J is 8 points, as you can see from the face value. But because you're not getting any kind of bonuses off of it, you want to think about which tiles you are keeping. And I remember to put my grid on. No, hang on. Yeah, there we go. So at least we're ahead at the moment. Olia is looking pretty attractive right now, even if it dangles the O in space. And do we have like attenuate or something? A 10. Well, that would be an 8. Or rather, that would be 9. So probably not. But if you can just get like tut off somewhere, that would be great. We don't really have a good place for that. But if you have like 2-2, it does kill the bingo spot on the right side. That's the only thing. Or tout is actually attractive. It scores nothing, but we need to get rid of T's at this point. Yeah, Chess Bunzo, I don't think you need the brackets around the equity command. You just need to type in the tiles. For the bot that I'm using right now. Anyway, look at this Lux spot. It totally dangles the F for flux. And I can't do anything about it. It's totally dangling for an F. And yeah, I don't know what I think about that. I really do need to get rid of some of these T's, though. We probably will just go 2-2 up here. I don't like the thought of leaving that T spot open, though. Also, I think tattoo, like TATU, is actually good in Collins. I think we have to do this, actually, because, I mean, it still has the FT ending, potentially. Or even, like, it still leaves the F open for something like after or something like that. But I don't like my choices. Let's make sure we haven't... You can't untat or something, I don't think. Let's close it off. Let's close it off a little bit. Vaunter? I think so. Vaunted, Vaunter, Vaunty, Vauntier. I think so, but we don't have a spot for it. If you want to be a pet detective, maybe you could do something like that as well. If you had an AD in front somewhere for adventure. Actually, no. That would be through a D and an E. Vaunter, actually, no, Vaunter fits here if we get the spot. If that remains open, we have a spot for Vaunter. And It's quite a nice spot. It also obstructs the entire bottom lane. Halus, unfortunately, will go down. That is definitely good. I wouldn't question that. It does put my opponent ahead, unfortunately, in a situation where I don't have a great second play. I'll probably do Juve, like Juve, just to get rid of some of that stuff. I don't like getting rid of the U like that, though. You can also have the E like this, or maybe even Vast is better. I like that best. I think that's best. Let me just make sure we don't have the bingo still. Because the Vonter spot that I saw the first time was already hard enough to see. Something. Vontier, but R doesn't go in front of oft. Like there's no Roft. I don't think I would have challenged that if it came down to me. But Vontier is good. I'm pretty sure. Like Vontier. We have to just take this, unless I have a way to get rid of the U. No, we'll just take it. Oh, I keep forgetting that S actually could have taken a T on the end too. Like we could have just done T something something. Although that wouldn't really have the V in a good spot. Priority there was to get rid of the V. Avenger. I didn't think that was good. I thought about that. And I was thinking, no, there's no way. So that's a big miss for me. Catherine Beefheart, we're playing in the International Dictionary. And the International Dictionary, which is called Collins Scrabble Words, does have ST and some other weird things like that. I wonder if I still have a command for this. Oh, my command was actually from when I had a setup done for wordplay. We actually didn't end up using that, but I set up a command there in case we were streaming wordplay modded. But anyway, CSW, that's the dictionary. Even though I triggered the wrong command for it. Let's see here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for in terms of my commands. If you're interested in the dictionary. So yeah, we're playing the bigger International Dictionary, which I'm not actually that familiar with, although I did play a money tournament for it earlier in the year. And yeah, Chess Bunzo, earlier you were looking up the comparative equity of keeping E versus keeping double E versus keeping the O. The double E does come out ahead. That does seem intuitive. I think I tend to overvalue the O, but we'll see. Catherine Beefheart, how did I do in the tournament? I did quite well, actually. I was in the money for it. Incidentally, so was, if he doesn't mind me saying, so was Chess Bunzo, who was here in the chat. He also picked up some winnings in the same event in a different group because we were playing different Lexica. Anyway, we need to probably just play off Hun or something somewhere. Get rid of the U for sure. If we actually have something that would place the H in that big combo position up there, that would be great. Not unthinkable to just go JUN as well, or no points. I guess we should think about this. I don't want to just play something like HEN or something here without getting rid of the H. You can also just do this for 9. That's actually not even that bad. It would take an I underneath if someone is going down under the I. Also, yeah, it takes an A in front. If we can find some way to go like GHA something, like if we had a T, that would have been good. I think had takes an S. Let's see. Yeah, we don't really have a good spot for me to do what I want to do with this rack. So UH or UN, I think we definitely undouble the N. Let's just take 9 points. I mean, it's a close game right now, so we're jostling for position. Okay, we have a Z over here. Q is going to go down for a bunch of points. Did I have a follow-up for this? Something that starts with E would go. E and E is good. I think Earth is good in this dictionary. Let's see if we have a better way to get the Z down, though. Zari here. It does open up a bit of a rough spot under that A. That could hit really hard if we're not careful. I have tiles to take advantage of it. I have specifically the EH, but that might be too dangerous. Let's see. Again, still looking at something off of the G over there. I think we actually just take this and keep the Z in the back pocket because the Z is so good in Collins. I think Earth is good. And then, yeah, O and A go pretty well with Z. So we might have some possibilities over there. My opponent is clearly swimming in vowels. And let's think about this for a moment. There's like Kazi doesn't really put the Z in a good spot though, and still very vulnerable to counterplay underneath. We do have Zone A here. It does leave me with all consonants and a pretty clunky rack, but vowel consonant balance is about even right now, so it might not be too bad. It does kill a bingo spot too with blank still unseen. Usually you'd want a Z to score a lot more in Collins because it parallels so well that you can usually get closer to 40 points out of it. But we're only going to do so much here. We have stuff like Chuck. Not that we have a way to place it. I don't think it can be like Chucko or something. However, there are probably some other places that will go well with that eventually. So, Captain Beefheart, do you all start from standard English dictionary? So, the thing about Scrabble is that the optimal way to do it is to focus on the words that are most useful. So, twos and threes are essential because they come up all the time and they let you play parallels for big scores. Then there are a couple of categories of words that people get the most use out of. You want to learn all of the short words with JQXZ, things up to 4 or 5 letters. Because if you have situations like this, like I just showed with Zone A, you get a lot of good sort of mid-scoring plays with that. You want to know high probability 7s and 8s, because then you get into the habit of building towards usually trying to target about 2 bingos a game, but it depends on the board. Right now we've got 1 each here, as you can see. But it's easier to do if you know lots of high probability words, because you're going to be keeping letters that build towards things that are playable anyhow. And so you want things that let you play nicely when you draw well out of the bag. And Chess Bunzo, yeah, sorry about that. Let me approve your link. You can put permits, like exclamation mark permit. No, I permit you. Never mind. Hang on. Permit Chess Bunzo. Sorry, you can repost that. And yeah, go ahead and post a link. Tying is, I think it's definitely good because I know retying with this kind of spelling is good. We are just going to go chick over here. And then the C kills parallels on that side, so this is going to score well, puts me slightly ahead. We need to watch our time at this point because the thing is, if the game remains this close, very vowel heavy right now, so we want to prevent bingos right now because the blank is still something that is a point of volatility. But if we keep the board under control and we score well enough, then the main resource that we need in this game is time. That you want to essentially make sure that you have enough time to analyze the ending if the ending is going to be within something like a 30-point margin or so, because sometimes you really need to map that out. It means we need to start looking for other scoring plays as well. Notice that the Fs, by the way, are gone because I played the F of Earth earlier and didn't even think about what I said much earlier about here. Oh, that's because Haluz was down. And so Haluz was down, the Q was down. So the only thing that you could have gone here with was Eft or Aft, which we actually could have done that turn. But I think the rack was favoring playing off more consonants. So I am comfortable with what we did before my opponent took the triple spot or something. I think on the rack that I'm looking at right now, I'm probably just going to do burr or something down here. We do not want to open because the blank is unseen. And a bingo is the main thing I can lose to at this point, but we also need to score because we're not ahead by so much that we can afford to just mess around. Mose, I think that's good. M-O-E-S, M-O-S-E... Let me think about that for a moment. I think it's one of those Collins ones. Yeah, it goes like, I think, M-O-E-S, M-O-S-E, and then there's some of the other ones like sum and emo. This does have something, you can go bunk. I don't want to dangle anything on triple, but bunk is, I think, the obvious counterplay. Does get rid of the N while keeping J, which is not good. I almost think that maybe gunk is better, given the vowels in the pool. Bunk or gunk? One N still in the pool, though. B is more difficult to end on. Yeah, because ing ending is the reason not to play the G there, because my opponent may take it. There is something in this. There is something in this. I've seen this rack before, I think, and there is something really strange in it. It's like, maybe. It's not like ogreism or something. It's like, unless I'm thinking of something else. I might be thinking of something else. There was a game a little while ago where I missed Geosmin, which is very similar to this rack, except with the N instead of the R. That might be what I'm thinking of here. Ogreism? Ogreism might actually be good, though. Like, it feels like a Scrabble thing that I would have seen. But there's no spot for it, but we should, be aware of it just in case. Like, why would I even consider ogreism if I hadn't seen it in Scrabble, right? Essentially. If we don't get something like that, then we wait for the bag to start emptying out before we open up anything that could potentially be hit with a blank. Entice. Okay. Is there anything that goes through N for ing? Oh, you see, now we're going to burn time on this stuff. Or even through the est. Like, no way, it's gormiest or something, right? Let me think about that. Maybe. Gormiest. I don't know if I like that. Gormier. I'm trying to remember if I've seen Gormier. There might be something through the N. So I'm thinking Gormiest, but I don't know if I risk it in this position. I want to look for a better one, if I can. I feel like there is something through the end. But hmm, I don't think it's going to be something like the ing though. Let's see if there anything that does not have the S in it in that rack. I don't know. Catherine Beefheart, I know a little bit about backgammon. I haven't played it in ages though, and I never really learned anything about strategy or metagame for it. Do we want to try Gormiest? There are two in the bag. It's entirely possible that my opponent might just counter bingo with it with anything except the V. Like if we draw V, do we just lose, for instance? So if we draw V, then does my opponent have something that will just play through tiles to hit, or even play through here to hit the E? If we can find a scoring way to actually just block up, maybe we should just block up. We have to play soon though. I think it is good. It goes with ergotism. Ergotism, like ergotism, I know, but I think Gormias goes with it. I don't know. Let me see if I can find something that I'm more confident in. Like an SOME ending. SOME. Yeah. There's some risk that my opponent will just play through this with the remaining tiles. We'll pick up two. If one of them is a V, at least there's a second tile for it to go with. Let's try it. IR. So, does my opponent have like aggrieved or something? I don't think that is... No, that's too long a word. But maybe there's actually something that my opponent will have like over the... through the O or something. Now we find out if I'm suffering from ergotism myself, or whether my opponent is brave enough to challenge that. Yeah, I mean, definitely with their rack right now, they're looking for a bingo. Averaged, actually, I think goes. I think they have averaged with blank as A. They do have averaged, so winning play is averaged through the E here. So I should lose this game if my opponent sees it in the minute that remains. I should lose this game. But will they see it? Because in a blank situation under time pressure, maybe they don't see it. But we should lose to averaged. Engraved, yeah, okay, we can lose to that too. Sure. All right, fine. Let's pass. And we will lose by 10 points. And no phonies on the board. Everything is good. Yeah, I think Gormiest is something Collins. Now, we don't have time to even look at the board because round 6 is queued already. We were the last to finish. So let me just update the record to show that we're 3-2 going to round 6. And we will take it immediately. Okay, this is a rematch. This is a very obvious first play. Don't even need to look at that one. I think we'll need to play off some vowels. There's not really going to be anything here, even with ITY ending and like maybe something through a consonant, but probably not. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. Catherine Beefheart, when you get to a high level of Scrabble, can you kind of assume what tiles your opponent has? Sometimes, based on what they are doing, you can make inferences about what they might be holding. In fact, at the very highest level, that's actually one of the few things where humans still can outperform the engine. Maybe not the most state-of-the-art engines right now, but that's still one of the kind of remaining human advantages is inference from opponent behavior. At the most basic level, you can usually tell, for instance, when they are sitting on way too many vowels or consonants. Like that's something that you can infer pretty easily based on their habits. You can also see sometimes if they're trying to dangle something as a setup. I think we just have to take this. I don't think we have a better thing that we can do here. Unless we have a way to... No, we want to keep the TU to go with the Y. I think we just have to take this. Silly little play, but it works. Beatify with the E. It will not go down on the current board, I don't think. I don't see a way to do it. No, we have a way to do it. It's off what we just showed there with TAI. Beatify. I don't think Packy is good. And I don't think we have anything that will go over that. So let me make sure we don't have something even better. But this looks like it is going to be it. The A is in a bit of a rough spot for counterplay. The Y is in a bit of a rough spot if, well, I mean, K and F are spent, so just one F in front would be the worst risk in front of the Y. I think we have to take this. Let me just make sure I haven't missed a better spot. I think we take it. Okay, next thing is we have an O. O could potentially fit behind a B. And so we should think about that as a possibility. Or even something like horn or warn. Warn would be best, I think. Warn for 32 would be best. Maybe there's something better there, but we'll look at that later. And yeah, so Dr. Cliché, you checked Gormiest earlier. That is Collins only, I guess. Catherine Beefheart, is a trust game that the opponent isn't cheating? Yes, it is. When you're playing digitally, yes, it is. But sometimes, like, as with chess, you definitely hit some kind of flag sometimes with online systems where if you're playing suspiciously optimally, then you can get flagged for sure. And so there are people who get banned on this platform. I heard that one of the players who used to play with this group actually got banned and couldn't play today, in fact. So there is some kind of cheat detection. I mean, you know, I'm streaming all my stuff, so it's hopefully above board. And moreover, I kind of have a known reputation over the board to back me up. So not that that says you don't cheat, because some people who will like take advantage of online play regardless. A U does go in front of the P there if we have a way to go over that. I think we're just going to go with the warn idea though. I don't think we have a way to stretch a W or an H all the way up to the top there. How about just own? That scores just as well. I like that a lot better, in fact. Let's just go own. We spent too much time talking on that turn, but that's okay. That's what happens when you stream. Notice that Wex is good. I on OB is good, so if we have something like Nyx here, that scores 43. That seems to be almost certainly first choice for this turn. If it remains open, we'll take Nyx. We'll always look at the opponent's play first, of course, just to see if there's anything good that would, for instance, stretch X down here. I don't really see one, so we will just take Nyx. Do we have anything that would stretch all the way to the double? I don't think so. Let's just take it. The U is a bit of a hindrance. Otherwise, I think we actually are maybe close to something on this play. Clint's Hizzle, is 2001 my ELO rating? Yes, on this website. It is way higher than my over-the-board tournament rating, but there's been a lot of inflation on the online play over the years. And it helps that I'm mostly playing against other players that are in that category. This tournament was set aside for people who have a minimum rating on this platform of 1750. So it's all people who are at least kind of tournament-capable players. But definitely relative to like real-world ratings, there's a bit of inflation. And yeah, sorry if I'm a bit behind on the chat when I'm focusing on the board, but Chess Bunzo is also a tournament player, and he's able to answer a lot of the questions, as you see in chat, just as well as I can. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. Just to look ahead to the next turn. We're ahead by a good bit right now after a couple of strong scoring plays, even with no bingos on the board. If we can do something to... yeah, that's definitely good. Pernail. I don't think I'm questioning that. That's definitely good. Let's see, with all of the new tiles on the board, if we have something that is going to play through that. The U is the thing that is a bit clunky here. We might just go like Hilted or something, because that's at least a decent counterplay, but I want to take a moment here to see if maybe there's something like that starts with a UN. UN... I don't really think so. I don't see it. We might be missing something on this turn, but I think we'll just go Hilted. Oh. So close to something like Gradular or something. We have double U's now with the Q already on the board, so we really need to get rid of some of this stuff. Even if we just do a silly play like Lurk or something for no points. Or Ulu somewhere. Yeah, so U does go in front of PAS. It does need the S, Upas. It's some kind of animal, I think. Also, Ulu spot over here. The thing about Ulu is that S goes in front for Sulu, who, unlike Jadzia Dax, actually is in this game. Ulu also goes here. And yeah, enjoy the lurk, Chess Bunzo. And thank you so much for dropping by at this very late hour for you. Yeah, Ulu is an Alaskan knife. We have seen it in real life. It is also the name of the mobile dictionary lookup app that a lot of Scrabble players will use. Gonif, which can be spelled about a million different ways, will go down. I think we'll just take Ulu in this spot for 14. I don't like keeping both R's like that, but with an E to play through up top, it's not too bad, maybe. There are a couple of okay spots for R's on this board currently, so we'll just take this. Yeah, Ulu is the kind of two-handled knife. They sell a lot of them as Alaskan souvenirs, I think, because it's a very distinctive kind of blade that is unique to the region, unique to the North in general. Dr. Cliche, one of your least favorite things about the Scrabble dictionary is it's a dozen spellings every Yiddish and Hebrew word gets. Yeah, that's true in the North American dictionary, for sure, because so much of it is part of New York English, right? So tons of stuff like that all over the place. We can eventually... that's okay. Atomize. We'll just go Jeer here. That actually keeps a really nice rack on my part, so that's an obvious move, and that even keeps us ahead. Can you aggro something? I know aggro as a noun is okay, but I don't know if enough World of Warcraft essentially has made it into Scrabble for aggroed to be a thing. I actually don't think it would have been, although there are a bunch of computer game words that have made it into the most recent revision. I would not have looked this up either way, and I think given the probability of it, I would have seen it if it were good. So I don't think aggroed isn't there. I know aggroed, just AGGRO by itself might. No, I know it's good just as an adjective or something. Adjective or noun. I don't even know, but aggroed is a verb I don't think is in there. No matter how many times you prematurely pull the boss. Can't play aggroed in Scrabble. Maybe. That's what I'm assuming. But, I was about to say like agog or something, but that doesn't fit either up here. We have some kind of late game extension. One fun thing that could be done is nosegay, which is a kind of flower, I think. But we're not doing that. Okay, so we're on turn. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff that goes in front of ME in Collins that is not. Oh, just AME and UME. So agog actually does work now. It's just that. And it scores well. It's just that the G is in the triple position, and so maybe we don't want to do that. A go dangles the G spot. The G spot. There. It also takes the N there. It doesn't have the triple issue. We can also just go gag if we're worried about that spot. Even if it does keep the O instead. I think that might actually be best, because that still keeps it reasonably closed. Let's go gag. Adorner and readorn. That doesn't go anywhere right now, but we will keep it in mind in case it does. Maybe. Yeah, that's not going to go down. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something that would go through I or M, but I think this is just not going to go down. Keep in mind, best bingo lane on the board right now, by the way, is almost certainly here. I mean, there's SSS blank available, so SSS blank can also go down the major S spot. Over here, S also goes on pass, of course. There isn't really a good spot for dangling S. You could have things that go through here, but that seems harder to hit. So let's see what we can do with this. Maybe just like, oh no, there's no, speaking of Star Trek characters, there's no row either. Maybe something starting here. It would have to end in D, though, if you have anything like ED. Let me think about that. NED. I want to get rid of the doubled R if we can, even if we just go Storm over here. We've got time. For 15 tiles in a bag, this has been a fast game. But blank SSS unseen, like I probably should be drawing into the bag for some way to play against that, and maybe we should be thinking about closing up. Let me just do a bit of a sanity check here with the I. Also, do we have something like a D-O-O-R ending, like something door? A near door? No, not really. Or something through the O spot here. I don't see anything. Something like this, or even ORAD, if we want to dump the O. There are 3 O's in a bag, so that's a reason to do it, although it would put it in a bit of a rough spot. So rad or dorm. This is the last A, though. Let's just take it. Urinate, taurine. Okay, so taurine goes. that would be the play that we're going for. If it remains open. If it remains open, we take taurine and likely win the game. If it doesn't remain open, let's think about alternatives. Again, SSS blank unseen. So taurine might not actually be a game-winning play because, as again, SSS blank unseen, something could very well go down and score more. But given the information that we have, and given that we're about 30 points ahead, I think we have to take it. 12 tiles in the bag, though, so we need to think about pacing in case we have a situation where the opponent bingos on an empty bag. We don't want that to happen. Dew is going to block taurine. Okay, so that's not going to go. This is going to be a bit of a tight situation. Then let's make sure we didn't have anything that we missed here. Anyway, there are 4 very easy 7s to remember here. And none of them will go down. No room for Vontier. We should actually just play off the U as a single tile. But if we do that, we're ahead by a little bit, though. Like, I feel like you have a situation where, you might want to play off U here and fish. Then if my opponent bingos, then we'd have to counter bingo. But if my opponent bingos with something off this, with like Sug or something, then we're in a bit of trouble. But the thing is, if you play off 1, the opponent knows you're trying to bingo. And so it might not be helpful to do that unless we know what we're going for. Super risky, but the thing is, you get a bingo threat off of every tile in the pool, almost. Pretty much every tile in the pool, so I think my opponent takes it, but then if they take it to the right, then we might have a good play down here. If they take it to the left, then we counterplay. This could be like a game-deciding play if we decide to fish off U here. There's nothing like an X that'll go in front of it, so we don't need to worry too much about the consonant spot in front of it. But this is showing that I'm trying to fish for a bingo, and if my opponent holds like blank S or something, we're depending on being able to counterplay. And that would counterplay with 1 in the bag, because after this play is 8 in the bag, after 1 bingo, 1 in the bag, then we play, then we pick up 1 tile. And so we don't win off of tempo by itself if we do that. I'm very tempted to do this, though, just as a style play. If we wanted to put a U in a safe spot just to fish 1 off, we can do this. That still threatens something like an A ending on the G. But the threat there is that my opponent might just have an S bingo here and give me no opening whatsoever. And so I think we open. And this is such a dangerous thing to do. It's so silly. We're going to lose this. Just watch. Anyway, this gives us tons of bingos, but we only have the 1 lane for it. There are, I think, like 6 different ones in this rack. So the worst case scenario is my opponent bingos here with something that starts with V and completely kills the spot. Or even just a small play with a V that scores well, like 30-something, would kill that spot. However, do we have something that would go down here? Through the I. Let's see. It's not craniate, it's something else. It's, well, arenitic doesn't fit. Do we have something through here, through T? No, it doesn't fit, it wouldn't fit. Stoles, okay, so, but we actually have something here. So Scantier, I think we might actually have something else in there as well. 2 in the bag, we're just going to win because this is going to take the last bingo spot. So Scantier is the one that I see right now. I think there might be some other ones as well. I just don't remember if any of them also start with S. I don't think we'll take the time to look. Ideally, we place the S here, or the C here for an extra 6 points, essentially. I think we just need to kill the spot. Nothing threatening goes in front of the eye. So this was the situation I wanted, where if my opponent extends right, we take the bingo. Again, worst case scenario was if my opponent had a V play this way, or a bingo play that blocked too many spots. But look, we got the second blank. So we're just going to win. So yeah, this was super dangerous, but it worked out. Because the winning scenario for my opponent didn't happen, where you have V play 30-something points, and then we failed to outscore. Very fortunate for us for a blank to be the last tile in the bag as well, because my opponent, I think, was also hoping to draw into it, for sure. But yeah, dangling the S in that spot, we had a very, very good shot at it. And so that worked. Clin's Hizzle, do people bluff and play words they know are fake? Yes, absolutely. It is a risk, but sometimes people will do that in a desperate situation to see if they can slip one by their opponent in a high-pressure situation. Sometimes people will deliberately do that against players they know to be weaker or less knowledgeable, because they think that they'll be intimidated, basically. Like if you know someone has a reputation as a player who knows all the words, they are likelier to get away with something because they're known to be strong, right? Without naming names, I know a top player that I used to practice with, like a former continental champion who phonies a lot more than a lot of other top players do. And he does like steal games with mind games, essentially, and he does it very, very well. Okay, let's find a spot over here. I think if we have like just OAR off to Z for 14, that's probably as well as we'll do, unless we have a good spot to, have a bunch of S hooks together. I think we just take it and we win. So it's going to be break after round 7. This is going to be an 80-point win. Let's update our record. We didn't get any time to look at our previous board, but maybe we'll do that one over the break. I want to step through this while we're waiting for the next game to queue up. So then I can show you what the analysis looks like. So when you click Analyze, it generates plays. Now, so you see two numbers here. On the left side, this is how much you actually score for the play. So we score 58 points. On the right side, you see a number that is what we call your equity, which is when you consider your points and the value, the average expected value of the tiles that you have left behind. So if you're keeping junk, then this number goes down. If you're keeping tiles that are very good for a high-scoring play the next turn, like if you're keeping a blank or an S or something like that, that goes up. So for example, you see here, if we spend the S, we score 58 points. And then it's saying that AT is worth about an additional 1 point of expected value carrying to our next turn. If we don't use the S, it scores 36 points, but you can see that there's a whole plus 12 over here where it says this play is worth 48, because keeping AST is that good. It's not good enough to be the better play, but it is a sign of how much the S is worth if you keep it on your rack. So that's how you read the analyzer. And yeah, my opponent misses cape roll, but sees the second best. AI in this spot is okay. AI here actually would have put a nice Y hook for us there, but a bit dangerous to do things like that, so I'm happy with that. We saw the only bingo in the only spot. And my opponent has been hitting some of the best plays. Yeah, we didn't talk about the B as a risk beside the Y, but it was. And yeah, we've thought about a couple of different plays here. I didn't see this one here, but Own was clearly best over there, better than Warren. And my opponent's got this. Nix is best over there. Perennial is good. Under hit. I miss under hit. Oh, that's too bad. I wonder if this one is good in both lexica. Let's take a look at this. So yeah, Catherine Beefheart, you're saying this is a manner of playing the game that you never considered. Yeah, but when you play the game competitively, you pick up general principles pretty quickly. Like you think about open and closed positions, you think about the value of what you're keeping for the next turn, etc. You think about which tiles sort of aesthetically feel good and which ones feel terrible, and that just comes with experience. Like you play enough Scrabble and you get absolutely sick of seeing V's and U's and so on. And you just kind of develop a sense that they're terrible. But then you also get a sense that, okay, I'm going to keep like S and blank and, usually at least one E with something like that. And you just develop it with time. So yeah, Gonif, missing the Opaz hook there for Ganoff in the left side spots, but that Gonif dangles a potential S hook there the entire game. This was a hard turn for me. Rudd. Oh, I forgot about Rock with a K being good in Collins. I know it's good, but I forgot to see it. I just wanted to drop use at this point. Yeah, as you can see, keeping the double R here is actually kind of a penalty to my score. But as you can see, every single play here has an equity value that's lower than the point value because nothing here keeps good tiles, right? Like everything you play here leaves you with something that continues to cause you difficulty. Atomize, the only one here, very high scoring. Jeer is better. Jeed keeps double R, which is why even though Jeed scores 3 extra points, it's considered 6 points worse. So Jeer was very much to play there. Slim down. Wow, look at this. I never would have seen that or considered it. Slimming down an organization. Next round is getting underway in just a moment, so I'll scroll through this quickly. Reordain. So I missed that when I had Adorner. I put down to Rack 2 to see if maybe there was something there. I should have seen Ordain or Reordain. So this was actually a reasonable play. As you can see, it's the second best play by equity. Just a fish. Anyway, we have to get into the next game, so let's do it. Waiting for the opponent now, so let's just clear all this stuff. So it's a rematch against this opponent that we had faced earlier. This is an obvious exchange. We keep NT and nothing else, I think. And I don't know if we have anything here because the Y is a problem. Maybe if we have something else to play through. Like even if we have an ing ending, I don't know that we have something that would work with these tiles. So likely we just try to get rid of Y in some fashion. Joseph, welcome. And yeah, earlier Dr. Cliche looked up under hit, and you said you didn't see it either. Under hit is also in Collins, I guess, so I might have been uncertain about it anyway. Even though I think I should have seen it by this point. So anyway, we exchange in the first turn. Usually the meta thing to do is that if your first mover exchanges, the second mover should actually consider exchanging unless they have a really decently scoring play. Again, that's just kind of metagame experience. Because then you kind of get the turn advantage back to yourself, and you don't dangle tiles in front of an opponent who might have just drawn to a bingo, right? But that's truer of a small exchange on a first turn, like an exchange 2 or 3 or something. If it's exchange 5, then the opponent knows that I probably just had a bad draw on the first turn. Javel, I think that's good. Like it's a javelin. I think it's good. It might be a Collins thing, though. Anyway, we have a couple of things that we can do here. Again, we should first of all think about whether there is something that will go with this stuff. Otherwise, we'll probably just go like Jingo, or if we can do a play with the Y, I think jaunty spelled like this is actually good. Believe isn't great though. IGE. I think Jingo for 4 fewer points might actually be better because of a constant vowel balance. The I is in a bad spot for Q's and X's, but we might just have to deal with that. Oh, maybe joying, like maybe like enjoying. I know joyed is good, like Joyed. So joying actually might be good. We're so close to enjoying. So close to enjoying this game. Always look at the OUT prefix, but I don't think there's anything like that here. But we're getting closer to something decent. And while it would be a difficult fit, oh, hang on. We should always look at spots like that. So yeah, joying is way better than some of the other stuff we were looking at. Ideally, we do something that is going to kill the U. And the U does go pretty well with H's and P's in terms of having something to play with. So maybe we can have something playable after this turn. I don't see anything that will go with this as an 8, but we should look at other things like auto as a prefix, dove or dove. So let's see. You could have something like poa. I don't like keeping the U in that spot. I guess the U goes at the end of PI though. If we can have something that actually gets the U out of here, I would prefer that. Is Poa even good? I'm thinking of, yeah, it's Collins. I think it's good. I think it's just Apo and Opa in the other book. Anyway, that's a decent candidate. If we want to score even more points, we can do something like a P. That keeps way too many vowels, though. 4 vowels. Yeah, no way. Yeah, let's do that. Keeps the U on the right side. And here we go again. Too many U's. That was a problem. If we just have unhurt by itself somewhere, that could at least kill a lot of Drek at once. It's not going to go down on the current board, however. Catherine Beefheart, jaunty really seems like a misspelling of jaunty. It kind of does. Yeah, it is a wild dictionary. But the more you play it, the more you realize that there are a lot of words in there that make you wonder why they're not just in both. Disgage, I don't know if I like that. Disgage. My opponent's good enough that they probably know this one, but I don't know about that. I am also thinking like we'll probably just go suture or something here. Oh, doved and disgage. So I don't know about doved. So we should challenge this play anyway, just because I'm unsure about both. It's good. Okay. I think we just need to get rid of both U's the best way that we can. And then, well, that kills off a lot of the more bingo-friendly tiles as well. At least we try to get ourselves back into a playable position. And Yeah, Catherine Beefheart, U's are already pretty bad unless you have a Q to go with them. And UU is something that, again, if you put it through the analyzer, is a significant penalty to your rack if you are keeping it. Like the worst combinations that you can keep as a set of 3 tiles or something are something like UVV or UUV. They're mathematically the worst in the game. And let's just see here. My opponent's going to take a bit of time on this turn. I don't really have great options right now. We'd be looking at something like bow over here. That is probably best. Alien is definitely good. We aren't going to question that one. So my opponent is way ahead now, just from drawing well. We should think about whether we have something good over the triple. If not, also something like brow might be good, unless... Oh, no, WA is no good. Never mind. Let's see if we have... I'm just trying to see if maybe we can have like a WHA starts. I think we have to go bow over here. It does kind of kill lanes going through those tiles, but we need to manage the rack. Let's do it. Aslan, zonal. So for example, if you have this spot here for the Z, we'll take it, even though it does spend all the vowels, which is not great. However, if we have a way to go Z either on the top spot with Zona or something ending with Z over here on the A, Rearisen is definitely good, not worried about that one. Zona goes here. The issue with that, of course, is that we keep 4 consonants. 69 points, though. I think we kind of have to take it, unless we have a significantly better play. So, for example, would you keep 1 fewer consonant for a 20-point sacrifice? Probably not. I think we have to take it unless we have something else here that I'm not seeing. I think we have to take it. We're about 100 behind, but it's early in the game. 1 blank, 2 S's remaining. No real S spots other than end of Javel. Permit is pretty good over there. We should think about how to undouble the R. We don't have anything that's going to go past it here. We also don't have a good H play here, unfortunately. I am looking at whether we have an 8 through to E, but I don't think we do. So close to stuff like hairline and so on, but yeah, at this point we need to open the position a little bit. If we can stretch something over here without being too consonant heavy, that would be best. Either that or we do something down towards M, like something with RAM. I don't see a good place to do it. Maybe air. We're kind of banking on drawing some vowels though. And the bag is a little on vowels right now. 14 vowels for 24 consonants. Like, the ratio doesn't work in my favor, but I think we have to take it. 30 points. 2 E's left in the bag, so the bingo potential in the pool right now is dwindling quite a bit. Because it's very difficult to make a comeback without access to some E's. Catherine Beefheart, you said earlier I had a boar. Earlier when I played bow over here, right? Yeah. Twinkie. Twinkie with a Y ending. It's got to be good, but Twinkie. Yeah, Twinkie or Twinkiest as well, I think. It's definitely good. We're in a pretty bad position right now, 170 or so behind. I mean, we've had games really kind of go either way. Twinkie's a really good play too because it kills the S spot. When my opponent is that far ahead, their incentive is to try to kill the position and tighten up the board. Here, I'm just trying to see if there's something else we can do. Yeah, we're in a pretty bad spot at the moment. I mean, we can just do 4 here. That's terrible, though. It still keeps the U. Q is still unseen, though, so keeping a U isn't completely nuts. But let's see if we have something to the H. I don't really see anything. We kind of want to remain open on the E here because that's one of the better comeback spots that's available. You can also just do a small play over here for 32. It still keeps too much direct, though. 32 there over 24 over here. I don't like either of these options. Let's just take it. This spot is vulnerable to X. I was about to say this spot is also vulnerable to X, and then of course my opponent takes it immediately. So, volume mean maybe. I wonder if that takes the E and the N. I feel like I want to try it, but I feel like I would have seen it before though with a starting V like that. And yeah, we don't want to just play something like volume there because it totally kills the board. I don't know. I'm not confident enough of that. I don't think I'd try it. But please don't look up anything while it's still available. Catherine V5. Volume min like that is okay because it wasn't going to play here anyway, but just be careful with that. Like, try not to look up anything that could affect my play. That one was okay because it's not going down anyway. Like, it's not going to fit on this board. There are 2 similar lanes here with the E. I think this turn, if we're not confident in that, we need to get rid of the V in a spot that is not going to be a problem. Just vum here is probably best, in fact. Even ovum. But then ovum, I guess the X is already down, so only 1 U left in the pool. If we spend the O over there, the main risk is the H, which would go down there. And actually, no, we don't want to do that because if my opponent plays in that spot, then it kills the bottom lane. So we just do vum over here. Okay, here's something. Quinol, I think, is good. Quinols doesn't fit. But do we have something that fits here? Because I think that actually is possible. We need to think about this because I think I actually have a play this turn. But I don't know where it's going to go. Quinols will not go. It doesn't fit. But if we have something like a QUE ending, this is a very, very critical turn. Quin. Hang on. Okay, let's see if we can see it. I feel like we have something, and I feel like we have something good. I just do not see it right now. Hmm. Coin all. Does it take anything other than the S? Like, I don't know. Oh, you know what? There's Jonquil with Blanca's J. It's not going to win the game or anything, though. Like, we would basically need to hit the Q in this spot to win. So, okay, Jonquil is definitely good. I see that. But I don't really see anything else. I think we. Yeah, unfortunately, the Q isn't exactly in the right spot that we want, but it's not going to be because U doesn't go under the B. So I think we just have to take it. This is hard to see, like, because normally you would just never think of making the blanket J. But we can do that, and we can have a second bingo. We might actually close up. There's only one place left for a second bingo. Well, two places. There's through the D as well. Jungle is definitely good. It's one I learned very early. And that got challenged, in fact. I guess it scored enough that my opponent wouldn't just let it sit. And anyway, out of this play, not sure what we can do here. We don't have something to go under the O. Also, the bag is out. So we're just going to lose at this point, but we'll see how badly. My opponent has tons of consonants that can play through stuff like this for like FHON or other things like that. So we should actually try to obstruct as much as possible. If I can actually set up a way to do an A play under the J, that would be best. So for example, if we go cottage, then we kill the best consonant spots for my opponent. Also, well, it's a blank J, so we can't score 8 points off the J, so it's not even a good spot for that. But if we just go cottage, then that's probably best because we guarantee out in 2. And then we can grab a whole bunch of points off my opponent at the end. I think we have to do it. And then we have, at minimum, we have Tau over here for 6. We probably have other A plays as well that are also much better. I think we take it. And yeah, so best play I see right now is Tau. There might be something better. We'll look around. I see Ka and EA over here for 8. That's better. TA aim is 7. And this is 6. So yeah, it looks like the KA spot for 8 is going to be the outplay. Yeah, I was expecting like Fs and Hs to go down all over the place here anyway, so I think we just take the KA spot and lose the game. But that happens. My opponent drew marvelously, so. So that'll be a loss, and then we have, I believe, a round 7 break, but I'll try to confirm this. Yeah, QI was the most important find for starter Scrabble. Yeah, in the North American dictionary, it wasn't added until the mid-2000s, I think. And it was a massive game changer, what it was. It is the most common word overall. I don't know that it's the most common starting play, Dr. Cliche, because it has a habit of closing up the whole board. And that depends on, how often you just draw the Q in a start, which is actually not common. But it is the most common word played overall in Scrabble, for sure. And that is a known statistic. Okay, let's update the record. Let's step through the game quickly if we can. There was one that we didn't step through earlier. I think it was round 5 that we had no time to look at. So maybe we can look at that one soon. Because I believe that we're on break for about 10 to 15 minutes after the 7th game. I'll check just in case. But let's step through the analysis first and see how we're doing. Then we'll take a look at the standings afterwards too. Because I haven't actually looked at the standing boards to see how I'm doing. Okay, so Analyzer says exchange 6 is actually slightly better. So our exchange 5 here is valued at about a point lower. So interesting that it thinks keeping D is best. I would not have expected that. Or exchanging all 7. I liked keeping NT because, you know, you have potentially a balanced consonant vowel draw towards a bingo. But these are all within a very narrow range of each other. As you can see, exchange is clearly all of the best plays because you have no plays. Javel is best. Joying is best. Doge is a nice parallel over here. Dove trying to open up though. Yeah, clearly trying to open up, keeping S. I missed the parallel on Hapu. That's pretty good. Opens up quite nicely on the left side for the T. So Po is kind of a weaker play, but as you can see, thematically, most of these things have the same idea of just trying to get rid of U and usually the P with it. This gauge is good. We challenged it and gave my opponent 5 points. Suture is actually less favored, surprisingly, but by a margin of a few points. I guess because this is still considered a decent leave here. If we took one of these. Yeah, so maybe we were too eager to shed both U's, but... my opponent actually... Okay, they did see Alien over here, but there were some better ones, like Needly. I guess Alien, though, is nice because it actually closes off a lot of top lanes and doesn't open too much in return. There is some counterplay possible, of course, over here and through the A, of course. But defensively, this is actually not too bad. Needly kind of kills off a lot of the bottom too, though, so maybe that's all right. I didn't know Bawan spelled this way, I don't think. It's Hindi. Bo was all right. How is slightly favored, but I wanted the flexibility of the H. Rearisen is good. Uneasier is also there. Rearisen gave me Zona, which is clearly best. As you can see, oh, I didn't see Ron's here. I was looking for something like the Z in that position. And yeah, by Equidito, Zona is still best. Just because it scores so much. Permit's going to clog up that side. We didn't look at Hurl. I should have done that instead because it keeps the vowel. And despite being the same score, it is favored by about 8 points just from keeping the vowel. And yeah, Twinkie's good. Wiz, ooh, with a EWW, that's hard to see. I'm not surprised my opponent missed it. Yeah, Flu would have been better here, but that closes off the bottom lane, though. That's the reason I wouldn't have done it. If you ran it through Sim, Flu would probably get docked some points because of that. So Fora, okay, like no really good options here. As you can see, most things consider your rack a bit of a penalty, and unless you're playing Flu. X is going to go down over there. Ovum is favored in this location. I didn't look at that. It's funny, Ovum and Vag over here in the same spot. That is kind of nice pairing. Vum here is actually considered much, much worse because it doesn't score much. Well, it's 8 points down, but it's keeping too many vowels. I think that's why it's disfavored here. It's keeping too many vowels and keeping my U. So, opponents didn't see Shiba spelled this way. Speaking of Hebrew words that have too many spellings. And Queen over here. Oh, no, here it is. Junkwell. let's scroll up. Quadlin, I don't think I actually knew that one. Quillin, I think I do know, but or Quillon, I guess Quillon. So yeah, Jonquil we saw. I think Jonquil is the only one of these that I could have realistically seen. Like I knew Quillon, but I wasn't looking at it. Nothing to the E down at the bottom incidentally, so nothing on the triple. And yeah, so there's a slightly better endgame sequence if you know stacked, which I didn't. Used in incense by the ancient Hebrews. So cottage looks like it's the best sequence for me here. This spot is slightly better for the A. I didn't see it. 2 points better. But that's okay. That was respectable considering that, you know, we lost that one pretty early. Anyway, let me try to bring up the current standings and we'll see how we're doing for time because I think we are permitted a small break at this point. How much longer we have, I'm not actually sure because I didn't check, but let's go to the tournament page. So, yeah, we had 2 players that tried to get in. Oh, including someone I know. But yeah, they didn't manage to deal into latecomers at the end, I think, because they didn't manage to get an even group. In terms of current standings, I am 3rd. And the player that we lost to currently has a 7-0 record, so maybe we shouldn't have questioned at Discage. Anyway, not knowing how much time we have on break, I will just take a quick minute or two to refill my beverage and all the rest. Yeah, big group here today with 12 here, not even counting the 2 latecomers who didn't manage to get matched. But 3rd out of 12 after 7 rounds is really not too bad. And yeah, okay, so we have a posted time for how long the break will be. We'll continue in about 10 minutes. This tournament is run on India and Sri Lankan time, which actually has like a half-hour offset from UTC, I think. But I'll leave the standings page up for a moment, and we'll be back in just a few. Okay, so we still have a few minutes to look over some things briefly before we continue on to our round 8 match. So there was one board earlier that we didn't get a chance to go through because we had to speed right to the next game. That was this one here where we lost by 10, which might have actually been the most interesting one to look at, but it also explains why we were the last ones to finish. And welcome Mang, incidentally. Glad you could join us today. We still have quite a few rounds to go, so we'll be on for a while longer. Let's take this one through the analyzer, since we didn't get to look at it at all. Given that it was within 10 points, we'd probably want to do a more thorough simulation of it at some point to see if it was winnable, but we'll see if we missed any really obvious plays at the end. So yeah, Fog, pretty equivalent to playing H instead of G. In this position, I think better to keep H from what I'm seeing intuitively. Look at this pit saw, that would have been possible here. Yay is clearly best. We weren't really considering anything else. Look at this Spadix. I don't even know if I know this. Spadix or Spadices, Spadixes. Flowers covered by large leaf as in the arum plant. And it keeps blank too. No wonder it's so favored. But no wonder my opponent wouldn't really play something like that. He's trying to go for a big blank play somehow. S and X aren't that synergistic, but we'll see. I mean, this was against the opponent who's on 7-0 right now. So this year we found in the best position. The other position for it is just down here. Vexings, my opponent did not want to spend a blank on it, and that would have been a really difficult position to see anyway, so Jib is a pretty reasonable play. So yeah, Jewel would have been good. I considered, I think, Jewel, like Joual, but I see that the evaluator isn't even picking it up as an option because of a double E, no doubt. So yeah, doing Dew here was actually not great then, because, well, it's not really a penalty on a rack necessarily, but we're not scoring much with it. Everything here is pretty low scoring, regardless of what we do. My opponent exchanges 4. He's got the double V, so no surprise. And keeps SX blank, which has been hanging around on his rack forever, it seems. We definitely vowel dump in this turn. I did not see Toft, but I don't know that I would have wanted to leave the E in that spot anyway. So we did this. Opponent plays Lux. I was going to dump this stuff anyway. Actually, we should have considered Tut there with the X out of the way, so the X is not a risk on top of the U. So, yeah, and this got me into trouble because Haluz goes down. I missed a venture. We talked about that earlier. This is Collins only. I would not have been confident enough to play it anyway because I did see it and decided it wasn't good. Vast is actually the best play after that. And then my opponent is kind of jammed with a Q here. And we had much better scoring options than that. Totally forgot about putting the N on Brow for Brown, or we would have seen that. Very clearly the best play, in fact. And so QIN is going to go down here. And then we still continued to miss that spot. Earth is not unreasonable, though. We did miss against this spot, the F spot that we had talked about. So we had flagged that much earlier and just forgot about it when I picked up the F. And then too many E's on their side. Kang and Kodos over here. Oh, round 8 is going to start, so we don't actually have time to show off stuff like Einstein and other things that my opponent in this case missed. So T goes in front of Chicks. Didn't know that. Anyway, we do have to enter the next round. Gormius was the only bingo. Engraved wins for my opponents. That was all we could have done. Yeah, I think we needed to lose that one anyway because like bingo was my best play and my opponent just bingoed back. What do you do? So let's get into the next game. Okay, so this is against Scrabble Man again, who again is the person who runs this particular group out of Sri Lanka. Catherine Beefheart, you said Sauce Powder dedicated a level to Lu and Meng. We should get around to playing that. I am a little behind in Maker since we've been doing Hollow Knight Silksong exclusively for the past month. Anyway, we're in a bit of a terrible rack right now, despite having the blank. Likely we will exchange, maybe even just keeping E blank, unless we have a very clear play that dumps tons of vowels at once and dumps them for a viable score. Because unless we have that, like a really clear scoring spot for the Y, for instance, that also dumps out some vowels. For example, you played YOU in a good spot. If we're given a good spot, we'd still have like EII blank, which is terrible. So this is very likely going to be exchanged down to E blank. And keeping E blank, does have a bit of risk to it as well when it comes to drawing too many vowels the next turn. So let's see what we can do. My opponent exchanges 1, so my best move is to exchange regardless. He must have been really close to something. I expect the bingo to go down on his next turn, so we are going to dump out all this stuff. Now, I don't know if we'll have an 8 with this either, because again, the U here is not great. Latex. I wonder if latex takes an ing on the end. I would like to get rid of some of this stuff. I think this is good in all ends. We're a bit vowel heavy, which is why I do want to play off some of this. Unless we have a good play with F or H over beside latex, beside that A, I think this is how we'll do it. Now, Q here tells me that blank would have to be U if we want to use it. Otherwise, we're doing QI somewhere. Kindred, yeah, that's going to go down. Almost certainly just going to be QIN here unless we find something like quiche plus an O. Unless we do have something that uses the U as a blank and actually fits. This pretty much has to be QIN. But we've got lots of plays out of this rack. Whether they will fit is a different question, because I already see like Atchiote over here. Artichoke is 9 letters. We can't do that. But inchoate over the I, if it is still there. A whole bunch of other things that could go down. Okay, so that will be taken out, but I think we just do this. Too bad with the I in that position. I wonder if we can find something better that would maybe have H in a better position, or even C in a better position. Not quite stochastic or something. But we shouldn't spend too long looking. I really do think we can do better than the I, like the blank I on the double though. Ideally, we have C or H there. Like, if we have something like troches, I don't think that's good though. I would have seen that before. Not quite like tracheas or something. We need to not burn time. Let's just take it. I think that's good, anyway. Okay, not the worst draw. I don't know if there's a 7, but we should definitely look for 8s. Off the C, for instance, there might be something like coagent plus an E, cognate plus an E. Let's see. I feel like there is something in there. I just don't know if there is something that starts with a C. If there's an L or something, we have things like elongate. So that would be the kind of thing that we're looking for. Unfortunately, we don't have the right tile for elongated or elongates as a 9, because that would have been really quite fancy. We should also think about whether we have something that comes out to D, perhaps. But I'm not thinking that I see anything that will start with that. So let's just see what my opponent does. And we'll need to definitely shed some vowels. We should look at the possibility of something like an ing ending off the K, but I don't think we have enough consonants to make that work. We just have too many vowels to stretch out on the left side of that. The Colt is going to go down over here. So let's see what we can do. It's tempting to just play something like age here, because then you dangle the E hook and the N hook underneath that. Actually, this creates not enough space on this side. There's only 6 tiles on this side, but you've got a big hook on this side. And then a lot over here. So that doesn't score much, but it does leave possibilities open. The other thing we can do is, I mean, we wouldn't go cage or something here. It's just too dangerous. But I don't mind that possibility. I feel like we essentially give ourselves 2 spots in a decent rack to try to make a comeback. I mean, it's very low scoring, and my opponent will definitely take advantage of it somehow. But okay, so this is Soutane. Unfortunately, will not go down on this side. However, maybe there is something that will go off the H. Yeah, so unfortunately that's going to kill it. But we still actually have ways to make it go down here. I wonder if we can have like a really fancy parallel. Not really. Is that U? Whoops. So that's what it would look like. It has this really dangerous spot next to the EW. So we can find a better one. I would like to take a better one. I also don't know if maybe there would be something off the A in the top corner. I don't think so. I think we just have to take this, but it is dangerous. Like, it's not great. If there's something off of the D, that would be maybe good as well, but I don't see it. I think we just have to take this. Unless there's... Yeah, I don't see a better position for it. I don't think Oaf takes an S, because it's just a loan word from the German. This is really risky, because I EW position, like this could hit for 50 something points. So that's why I don't like it too much. But it does catch us up most of the way. It's just that my opponent likely has a very good counterplay. Now here on this turn, we probably just go Aqua. Unless we have a really good way to dump to V. I think we just have to play Aqua. We don't have options. If we had a way to play off here with the N, though, we should take it. Too bad we don't have an I for something like Naive or something to go down that way. Or even the right letters for, I don't know, Nouveau or something similar. Melting, ooh, yuck. That's going to hit me hard. Yeah, that hits for 86. Now, we do have the possibility to play off of here, at least. And I think it would have to be something like that. For 33. We don't have anything to go off the other eye down there. We just have to get rid of the V here. I'm trying to see if there's a way to dump even more vowels. Actually, U, V, A, E. UV works. UVEA also works, but doesn't score as much. This has the downside, 39 points, of keeping AAN and too many A's. This still keeps 3 vowels, though, including the U. I don't like either of these. So 6-point sacrifice if you do this. Versus this. You keep AAN, which is at least only 2 vowels, but are doubled. I think we have to do this. And U and W sticking together, which is also kind of irritating, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, so that spot's going to get killed because definitely my opponent sees the risk of becoming a big problem. Priority should be to try to do something about U and W. Unfortunately, this doesn't score anything, and we don't have a way to extend past that. And yeah, Mang, the classic double buy play, that's exactly what it is. I guess that technically makes it a quad play. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's something better we can do here. If we have a scoring play with a W, then it's okay if we maybe get stuck with the U still, but I'd prefer to get rid of both. And I really do not see a good way to do it, other than just doing 10 points here, which still keeps, honestly, too many vowels. But the thing is, so the main thing we're looking at is that this is still wide open for N or R as an ending. Still way too vowel heavy as a leave, I think, but I don't see a better play. Okay. And then this goes down immediately because my opponent also wants to get rid of V's. Trying to see if maybe there's something that will go down here. If not, we'll probably just go. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of like weird spellings of freeze or similar words that go down there. Fritz. We don't have a T for that. I would like to keep the E, but there are 4 E's left in the bag, so it's not terrible, even though it does put the Z in the double position. Better to try to find some kind of small play with a Z. But I really don't see very many possibilities here. Like if we can get something like this with a Z on the top position, that would be better. But again, I don't think we'll have that. I think we need to open up. Not much going on though in terms of. Thanks. I think this is valid. I feel like we looked at that one not too long ago. It's one of those weird call-in spellings of freeze or whatever. I don't like the Z in that spot for the counterplay, but we need to stretch out a little bit. We did draw another E. We still have 2 S's in the bags, even though 2 blanks are already accounted for, and we're about 50 behind, so we need something big to happen. And there were still many R's left. My opponent is also going to fish off R, so he's close to something. We should just go lazy here. I don't know that I like keeping YNN like that, but we need points. My opponent will very likely bingo. If he's fishing off one in that position, he's got something. And he's got something probably off the S. And probably with possibilities off either spot. Lazy does take the G in front for Glazy. Pretty sure. Yeah, right now we just don't have much to work with. And playing off one tile again for diff. So my opponent really thinks he's close to something that is going to hit, which means that we should actually just kill both spots and see what happens. But the problem with that is that we have 3 ends with 15 in the bag and not much exchange possibility. But if we kind of stuff our opponent, I mean, he's obviously going for something like this still. But he's absolutely showing me that he's trying to bingo, and so even if we're keeping 3 ends, which is absolutely dreadful, I think the idea is that we try to obstruct. Snidier as an anagram of insider. I'm sure he's good enough that he knows this for sure. Snidier. I think it's a Collins thing, but like I see insider there, and it's so common that for sure he knows it. So yeah, that and melting I think definitely takes yes. I really don't think that's a problem. So yeah, he kind of knew that he had way too many lanes open, and so now I'm stuck with all these ends that have nowhere to go. We'll just go Jenny here. We're likely to lose this one with 6 in the bag. And he's still got lots of possibilities with like Amosite or Amortize or Atomize rather, or other things like that. The question is whether it will be something that fits beside a J where the A or the O can go in this spot. But it's entirely possible that my opponent is just going to drop something else on me this turn. And it's okay. I bagged him like crazy in the first game that we had together earlier in the day, so these things happen. Too bad that we've slipped from our winning record from earlier in the day, but this will likely be a defeat on our end. In terms of what we're going to do if something big goes down to, well, it's 2 in a bag, so, you know, we're not in a situation where we can win. So OO is going to go down. We should think about what we'll do here. B and G both go there. We don't really have Begone or anything like that. But Bongo actually is best, I think. 46. Yeah, we're not doing better than that. My opponent has actually a bingo this turn. He's got miss rate. I can't block it. There's nothing I can do with it. Because he's got, well, I mean, maybe there's no bingo off to J. So this is miss rate, Maestri, Smarty, Emeretz. For sure, if I mean, the only thing maybe is we take this spot like this. Like Bongo and Goo. But I think he's still got something off of the J, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not, though. Misrate, Maestri, Smarty, Emeretz. Maybe there's an additional one in Collins. So Bongo blocks it for 20. But then does he have a second spot? Maybe this even gives him like this massive triple over. Actually, no, this is even worse because it gives him amortize. Like it gives him AMORTISE down here. So no matter what, we're going to lose this game badly, like really badly. He's going to get over 500. So we just play Bongo here and let him take miss rate over on this side. Because, yeah, otherwise it's amortized through DO. Of course, we just go Bong there. No, then he's got other plays in that position. Like it would go bong, then he still got. Well, maybe not then. What if the S is there? Then you still got Miss Smarty. No, maybe this actually blocks. So but then we have nothing to do in the next turn. Like we've got OOE. Let's just let him play it. Let's just let him play it. He's going to see it, and we'll just let him win. It's probably not optimal, but you know we're going to lose by about 130. I didn't see any kind of block there. But yeah, so that's going to be a loss and a pretty big one, but it was pretty clear early on, and my opponent was in a very good position to just like play off R, play off D, and know that he was going to hit something without enough time for me to close off the lanes. So that's just how that went. Let's take a look at the analyzer. So plug in the record. This, after 8 rounds, we have an even record 4-4. Slipping a bit from where I was in 3rd place, perhaps. So yeah. Oh yeah, he's got one of the famous non-racks on the first turn, hence exchange 1. Exchange 1 is entirely reasonable here, as you can see. It's only down from 5 points from playing through. I actually had plays here, but seeing an exchange 1 meant that I didn't want him to hit a triple, and not keeping IE out of that. The best exchange, which I did, is only 2 points off of playing through. Given the information of my opponent exchanging the previous turn, this is the right move. Latex, we never actually checked whether latexing is good, incidentally. It's not good. So, yeah, I was looking at the H here. I wasn't confident in that. And I had no idea whether this would take the S on the N. Anyway, it does. This actually does take an S on the N. I didn't know that. Or wasn't sure. Just thought it was a German thing. Kindred over here. This, yeah, pretty clear what we should be doing here. I did not think about sync over here, but QIN's perfectly reasonable. Doesn't close off too much. You don't want to kill the entire lane. And, okay, so I did miss a bunch of stuff. Cathodes is the best. I was trying to look for something that would land the H. We did not look hard enough because I should have seen this. This is definitely something I could have seen. Hotcakes. Cat holes, which I probably wouldn't have considered. It's a nautical term, one of 2 holes in the after part of a ship through which hawsers are passed for steadying the ship. So yeah, if we played one that was like 12 points down, but I was worried about time, so miss cathodes. Cold over here, centage, coagent. Yeah, so no 7s, but we were looking at stuff like coagent and cognates. And that's just going to score better, but we wanted to leave lanes open. I think it was defensible to do that because we do have Cetane over here. We missed this spot because I didn't know the S hook. I actually talked about this play and decided that between the uncertainty of the S and dangling the E in a triple-triple position, we would not take it. Melting, Gimlets is the other one that goes. Melting is a beautiful position there. So I was evaluating Juve versus Ava here. So yeah, 6-point difference in equity and 6-point difference in score. So they're basically equivalent plays in terms of the tiles that you're keeping. So taking the extra 6 points would have been okay. My opponent missed Brinies. Very lucky for me there because I would have readily accepted that. And nothing for me here. Oh, I actually didn't consider the QI overlaps. Cleanse Hizzle, do I think latexing would have been challenged? Yes. Because we're playing the 5-point challenge rule where the person challenging does not lose their turn for getting it wrong. If you are the one making the challenge and you're wrong, you just hand your opponents extra 5 points. And that's just a rule that exists for playing in this dictionary because this dictionary is so horrendously big. And so for the international format, that's the rule. Whereas the standard Scrabble box rule is that if you challenge and you're wrong, you lose your turn. And there are a lot of players who prefer that. That's what we call double challenge. I have a little guide on the side here. So 5-point challenge is what we're playing today. Double challenge is the usual box rule that most people are used to. Okay. So yeah, we played freeze down here. Zanier, that's what we were looking for, but it does block the entire bingo lane. So we still wanted some possibilities. Philazer or Philazer, I don't know. I don't know that word, so I just straight up missed it. But yeah, this was actually not unreasonable, despite, unfortunately, getting rid of the E. Darcy would have been better, I think. I would have liked that play better. I do know this word. Anagram of Izzard. And then, yeah, freeze actually takes an R on the end if you wanted to really fish that off and open up an S spot at the end. As you can see, my opponent has no bingos. He's heavily incentivized to just play off one. Lazy is fine. Loony is fine. Ooh, that's a tough spot to see. I wouldn't have seen that. Very difficult fit, but it does undouble the N, which is why it's favored. Still no bingo for my opponent, hence playing off one tile and keeping things wide open. At this point, I kind of know that something is going to go down. I thought I could be fancy, but I did not see spots for Snidier, and indeed, the current spot for Insider. So, yeah, he's got tons of options, and I don't know Don John. Look at that. Main tower of a castle. So we just took Jenny here instead. I just didn't know Don John. This rack has roomies, but roomies doesn't go anywhere, so we see my opponent play this off, knowing that he's very likely to get something. Bongo is my best play here. Mastier scores the same as misrate. Oh, I didn't think about Mastier. It is a Collins word, that's why. Same with Scimitar. I didn't write that down earlier, but we know these. Mastier, Scimitar. So, yeah, that's done. So we're still waiting on some game to finish before we proceed to round 9. I don't know what the holdup is in this round, but we might have just finished really quickly. So, yeah, definitely from not having seen some of the other possibilities, like, Scimitar would have just gone down on the right side anyway with S and E. And in that kind of position, you know you're going to lose by tons, so you just take the best play and put in Bongo. Okay. We will wait for the next round. And let me just see what the holdup is. I think someone was maybe missing their opponent who didn't come back or something, and so yeah, someone like disconnected and didn't come back, I think. Or maybe just totally misread the break time by half an hour. Because, again, this was run on Indian Sri Lankan time, and so I think somebody might have just completely misread the advertised time and forgot about the half-hour offset for time zones. So that's probably the holdup right now. Let's just see the tournament standings and see what's going on. So yeah, someone I think might have just dipped out, and so they had a round pending. Actually, no, there's a game that's going on right now that is just still ongoing. I think whoever was missing did eventually come back, looking at it. So I've dipped down in the standings to number 5 at this point. A whole bunch of people clustered at 5 and 3. We might as well just see what's going on in their other game. Oh yeah, this other player just went... It seems offline because, yeah, they actually just forfeited on time. I think they might have just straight up disconnected. And the director is in this room as well. So yeah, given that they were sitting on 100 something and losing on time penalty, maybe they just straight up lost on time penalty because, you know, they were so far down in points. Anyway, let's play. We are invited into the next round now, so. This is an opponent I have not played yet today, I think. So, yeah, we have stuff like Juve that if we have a place to put it or play it through an eye for Juvie, that will likely be what we want to do. We definitely want to get rid of the U and score with the J as soon as we can. So we have a spot for Juve or Juvie. We'll do that. I don't know if maybe... No, we don't have some kind of like Jehovah or whatever. Without anything like that would be valid. So yeah, we just managed a rack. We take advantage of the fact that we are sitting on the first blank. We'll just try to build up towards a decent rack to play with. So let's just sit back and see what my opponent does after their first minute. If we have an E to play onto, then we can also keep our E and just play like Juve onto something else, depending on the position and how the letters are going to score. IN over here, I believe this actually takes and Z in front as well. Juvie, if we play it like this, 17, we wouldn't want to do that. We would want to do a little better. I think this is still the right idea, though. U in second position, and then J down here, so nothing's going to go on top of the J. We just take that for 20. That's got to be best. I feel like we definitely have something here. Thionate through the I comes to mind immediately. There's probably some other stuff as well, like something with NTH ending, or... We'll see. But thionate either through A or I, and the I is on the board for that. There might be something else available as well, like if you have something that starts with out through the OUT. Well, we will just have to see. I don't see anything other than thionate at the moment, but in the worst case scenario, we just sort of undouble, and then that still leaves a big H spot for me here. We might even just go OH there for all we know. I feel like there probably is a 7 here that I just don't see. Oop is going to go there, fine. If there was a way to go here with something that starts like TO, then that would be better. But if we don't see it, we'll just go thionate, which has the H on the triple letter anyway and should be nice. Let's not waste time. Let's just play it. Oh, no. H isn't on a triple letter if we do that. So thionate, let's look at the position. Vowels are kind of in a rough spot. But let's just take a look at this a little more closely just to see if I can find something better. I think we just need to take it. Okay, Q is in play. We don't have anything to do with it other than QAT here. If thionate gets challenged, we get an extra 5. QAT in this spot is obviously best. We will absolutely play it there if it's available. If it's not available, then we might have a situation on our hands. Because there isn't much we can do with it. I actually don't see a good place at all with the Q if that spot gets taken. So in this kind of situation, like maybe even just exchange 1, like exchanging the Q, might be very reasonable. Although I don't know that we have anything that goes in front of OOP at the moment. So we would be mostly banking on the S hooks on ion and presumably thionate, which I think is some kind of chemical. If we can just play QAT here, the problem solves itself. But with the vowel next to the hotspot there is some likelihood it gets taken. Other than the spot under the J, it's the likeliest place for my opponent to go for scoring play. And so if it does get taken, we really need to reconsider. I think actually exchange 1 is a very strong possibility, unless we have a really clear way to play through the Q situation. And exchange 1 immediately flags that I'm going for a bingo. So we'd want 2 lanes for the S to be open to have a situation where my opponent can't really block even if they wanted to. Also, I think the fact that my opponent challenged thionate the first time means they might be less likely to challenge thionates if I put the S on it. I think it's good anyway, though, so I don't think that's really a consideration. So we'll see. They're taking a very long turn. Bail is going to go down. That means that we will do the obvious and make our only reasonable play. Unfortunately, the Z idea that we mentioned earlier is no longer available. But we'll see. I don't think there is a 7 here. Is there a 7 through an I? I'm not sure. Let's see. Realistically, what's going to happen is we play Z either here or here. Going to the right, it would be something like zeros for 48. That burns the S, but it's in a decently safe position. Going down here, it would be almost certainly ZO. And that's fine because it dangles the S hook, but we have the S hook, and it would remain open as 2 different S hooks that are in a rack that likely gives me a bingo. Now, we should look at this. If we have a way to go ZE or ZA ending, I don't know that we do. Senza is good. Unless we have an alternative that does not use the S, I think that is absolutely what we will go for. And that's as good as a bingo. That's 76 points. Does crack the board wide open with the S in that lane and the E in that lane. But we'll need to keep scoring if we want to shut down as well, because we're only realistically 1 bingo ahead. How are we only that much ahead? I guess my opponent's just been scoring better turn by turn. I really thought we'd be further ahead by now, but I guess we only really did have the 1 big play with Senza in this location. So let's see what happens. In terms of what we are looking at right now, we should see what happens if there's an I that is dangled for the ing ending, but I don't think we have something that would take advantage of that. OUT start just doesn't have enough vowels to work with, so that won't be it either. Likely what we'll just want to do is we want to do something that's going to dump U for sure, and then anything beyond that will be nice to have. Right now, pretty clear hotspot down here. Duped is going to go down though. Mung, I think, is good. I know Mang is good because we looked it up many Scrabble games ago when Mang was actually here. Mung, I'm pretty sure, actually is fine. And looks very much like it's going to be best. Mang is good at many things, but when we say that something is good in Scrabble, we mean it's valid. Mang is good regardless. Anyway, let's see here. We should see if there's something that will get rid of X. Having X with so many different vowels to work with is great. We just don't have a good position to use with it right now. Tux is probably going to be best, and that's only in the 20s. It's not very good when it comes to what we typically expect of the X. So something like an XIER ending or XIES ending, like I don't know if maybe through E there's anything here. It is always worthwhile to look, just in case. My opponent is way down on time. He's spinning his wheels for some reason. Notice too that holding the S, we have a couple of different possibilities. We still have Lionate spot here. We have the QAT spot here. We can build towards a bingo off IN. But priority should be to get rid of the X. Actually, closing up with the X with XU here for 22 is probably best. I like that one. When it is our turn. I think we'll go for that likely. It does still leave the S lane wide open here, but it obstructs the right side, and it also obstructs the E lane. So it's not a block necessarily, because we're still kind of keeping a bingo in the back of our minds for ourselves as well at this early stage of the game with about half of the bag remaining. On beats. I don't know about that. Let me... I feel like I must have seen it by now if it is good. I'm going to challenge it. It is good. Okay. Might be a Collins thing. Because by probability, I should know this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just keep playing. ROUX, no, it doesn't go beside the B. I'm trying to see if we can force something that'll be a good play with an X somewhere here, but... or even something through here. Yeah, so on beats looks like it is Collins only. As Joseph just looked up in a chat. It's... yeah, definitely is one that I would have known otherwise. So Tux for 23 here. We're slightly ahead right now. That's a consideration that we would want to prioritize leave. And maybe keeping things open for bingo potential, although I noticed that the major S spot right now has been taken. If we take this, what is the risk next to the U? It would mostly be the Y, actually, because this is Collins and that happens. We can also go XU over here. It does leave quite a lot of scoring possibilities on the right side, though, because, well, we're keeping the other O, though. We have OXO coming out of it. Worst case, my opponent has something to play there with the Y, but I'm able to play out of it next turn, so I think we'll just take it. A suitor and an I. Yeah, this is really not great to work with. Because I really do want to get rid of eyes this time, and so we might not be able to do the follow-up with the O there anyway. Unless we just did IO or something. I think we actually should for 24. Because OXO isn't going to take anything behind to allow any further parallel. Let's take it. Okay, the Y is going to be a problem. I know this one expert player who likes to say that his rule of thumb is that if you have a Y, you have a bingo in your rack, and you are not going to see it. However, Y with a U is pretty sticky, so might not work out that way. But, you know, we should definitely be looking at stuff like ITY ending, TURY ending. Other things like that. If not, we'll just dump YU somewhere. Joseph, is that expert player Josh? Actually, no, he's not the one I heard it from. I don't know if he says the same thing. There's one thing Josh does do, though. He has a command on his channel, as you probably know, where you type !G and it reminds you that the G is the worst style. It's quite true that at lower levels especially, people massively overvalue the G because they think, oh, I'll just keep ING and things will be great. And it rarely works out that way. If I can get rid of U and Y on this play, I would like to do it. I don't know that I have a decently scoring way to do it. Maybe we should be looking at something that goes over there. If I want to spend this, maybe we can just go UE. I wonder if it takes Sui and run. I don't think it does, but like chop Sui? Maybe it does. I'm not sure. 4 E's left in the bag. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see. If I can dump UI. I mean, it's not a very good bingo board right now anyway, so we shouldn't be too fussy about that. We have, okay, so there's one S remaining after that. I really do not remember if UE becomes chop suey. But it does solve my problem in that spot. If we can find a way to extend over here, that'd be also quite good. Either that or we'll just have to go like lie or something. Maybe there's another spot that I haven't seen yet for this. Like, you to go IU over here. We have an S that can go at the end there. It potentially loses if my opponent uses it first, but then this dangles a pretty obvious S spot for myself, and we're holding it, so. That is tempting. That is maybe too tempting for my own good, because the other bingo lane got taken, right? So 8 points there. 15 points over here that kills that spot. This is probably really dumb, given that we're ahead. Given that we're ahead, the right thing to do is reduce risk. But the thing is, I don't know if UE takes the S in front, so... Ooh, yikes. Yeah, we probably should have kept the E there. If we had played IU here and drawn R's and such, we would have had Tars here and other things, Hearts here, etc. And now we have this problem instead. You remember Josh saying he has bingo blindness for Ys? Yeah, everybody does. definitely one of those psychological things that I think is well known in higher ranks. If we draw an O, we have Arroz over here, Arroz, but we don't have the O for it right now. And dumping the R's out sooner is probably more urgent. And my opponent is starting to close in here. Weft. Does Weft take the S in front? I don't think it does. I'm thinking of something else with the W. I'm tempting to just go ERR for 3 dinky little points here because, I mean, the other way to do it is ERR over here, dangling the S, but then, yeah, we're not ahead by very much either way. Right now we're in a situation where there's actually only one lane, which is here, dependent on N. So let me think about this for a moment. Very tempting to do this. And then I have an S with that position. BR. No, we got it. BRR. Rarely get to play that, but this was obviously justified. And you know what? That's half the R's in the game because the 3 other R's are still in the bag after all this time, right? Like, so that probably was correct as the thing to do there. Okay, so now we should think about what to do. We can try to dump out vowels with oidia somewhere, maybe. Adagio. No, we don't have the second A for adagio. Also, this game is within 6 points, so we can't really be very casual about how many points we're scoring. But it does mean that we should do what we can to get into a playable position. Notice that dumping the R's there does kill ing endings. I am looking at OID endings as well, because we're so close to stuff like get toyed or. Let's not burn too much time because this is going to be a close game. So the thing I'm looking at is something like oidia, which is dangerous because A would dangle a spot for, yeah, F is still available, H is still available, I don't like it. Idiot might even be better. But then, of course, it opens the massive triple lane. But we need some way to get rid of some of this stuff that will actually figure out some of the vowel problems as well. DEI. I don't remember if it takes an S on the end. It takes the L on the end for sure. It might not actually take the S on the end. It might just be L only, but we don't have that. Naoi over here. I like that, actually. I like that one a lot. Let's take it. Predictably, we're a little bit short on vowels now, since we played all of those off. 6 vowels, 8 consonants in the bag, 7 in the bag. My opponent got larynges. Oh, yikes. So we're going to lose this, probably, because I underestimated that risk. We probably should have played down there if we were trying to close up. But this was a very hard call to make, given the closeness of the position. And none of the plays I was considering would have blocked it anyway, like idiot and oidia and so on. It might have made it worse by dangling the triple spot. So, okay, well, now let's just figure out whether we can do something to close out. It's 7 in the bag. Exchange is definitely something that is a possibility. I think if we go cert over here, we have the remaining S, and this might block or force my opponent to try to obstruct. Now, I don't know that we have something on this rack where possibly losing to the draw here. Because if the bag gets exhausted this turn, then we can't do very much. It is very much in my opponent's interest to try to exhaust a bag this turn and try to obstruct on the right side. N gives me dietines if my opponent dangles an N in space, which they won't do. But we should consider possibilities that are actually available in the bag. If we're in a situation where we need to play off one, we need to look at the pool and figure out which one to play off to try to open up 2 spots. I don't see that we're going to be able to open up 2 spots because nothing is going on. Certi. Let's challenge it just in case. Otherwise, we're losing. It's not good. Good. Well, good that we know that, because then we know what my opponent has. GHI. Then we can figure out what's in the pool. Okay, ADF, GGHI, NORW. Top has GHI. So we have these 8 tiles in a pool. With those 8 tiles in a pool, do I have a way to play that opens up space? Now, what do we have owie over here? Potentially 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the only fit. But I think we have to get rid of the eye. And then we open up 2 spots, left side and right side. I think we have to do it that way. And look at that, Tinder's. Tinder's on the right side. And it's not going to go. Okay, 5 in the bag and it doesn't fit. Okay. Is there anything else in Tinder's that would have S in a top position? I don't think so. Strident, nope. No T for it. Trident. Well, given what we were seeing, this was not the worst idea. Like, it might have worked. You were saying, Joseph, district plays off the board? Oh, with Y earlier for oily? Yeah, we looked at that earlier. There wasn't really a good candidate play for something like that. Okay, if we don't have anything, then we'll just do insert or center. I don't think we have one here, unless there's a Collins only one that I might not be considering. Like, I see Tinder's. I see... I would have looked at something this high probability for Collins, though. I think Snurted is actually good. Does it actually score enough? But 81, it is enough. I think that's the Collins one that's in there. Like, I kind of had a feeling, but I don't remember if it's that or something else. I think we just have to try it. It's the only move. Now I've got 10 seconds. Let's do it. And it's good. Okay. Oh, also, Macy's no good. I didn't even look at this. I never even looked at Macy earlier. It's phony. And Snurted is good, luckily. Okay. And my opponent actually, yeah, would have known it for sure because he didn't even bother to challenge at the end. So we snuck that one out, just barely. Yeah, I've looked at some of the relatively high probability fallen 7s and 8s, but I'm not that deep into them, like not nearly as deep as I am in the other book. But some of the stuff that has the really common stems of 6, like, you know, insert plus something, we would have looked at that at some point. I was really not confident about that, though. I think that were it not a do or die situation, we would not have tried it. This goes with tons of tiles for How to play. Yeah, we have to start round 10, so I'd have no time to run this one through the analyzer. We'll try to remember the end to look over it. And man, is the bot not answering you there? Let me see if it's running. I might have to restart it or something. I don't know why the bot's choking. Let me just restart it. It's parsing the chat. It's for some reason not posting in the chat. Anyway, I have to make my play first, and I'll try to fix the bot. Let's see. We can just do something like clip for the first play. Or I don't really like keeping something like the G as something so clunky though. Clip or maybe glid or gild in a different position. Is glid good? Glid isn't glide. I actually don't remember. There's something like that that always catches me off. Gild has the S ending on the end there that we want to be careful with. But we'll just take it. QU together. Yeah, let me try to restart the bot. Let me see if I can get it up and running again. Quality humor snort are those abrupt laughs you try to suppress and breath in, like if you're snorting. And let's see if the bot's working now. Maybe the chat banned my bot or something and detected it as a spam without telling me. I don't know. I don't know why it's failing. It's definitely parsing on my end. It's just for some reason not posting. Not too bad about that. We'll look it up later. Yeah, I don't know why the bot's not posting. Maybe it just left the chat or something. I see it in the chat. It's just not working for whatever reason. So I don't know if glid was good there. Wive. Okay, so we'll obviously try to play off the Q. If you're Canada, this is what we call the warm winter hat set. I think in the States they call beanies or something. I think that's obviously to play. There's no real option beside that. Okay, so bot is back. Good. Oh, so Joseph, you're saying that the definition string might have been filtered out by Twitch. Yeah, I try to have like as little chat censorship as possible when it comes to Twitch's side. But they do occasionally mess around with my settings without telling me when they introduce new filters, and so I'm trying to see. Oh, so close to something over here actually. Because if you had an M, you could have finished it off that way and put the J in the top spot. But we do not, in fact, have something that will fit with a J. Yeah, so it maybe Snurted got censored. Let's see what we can do here instead then. Too bad. This was so close to something good. We can still do something like camo, but I don't want to keep the J with no vowels. Even if it is 35 points over there. We should go jam over here for 34. Jam up top is 26, but is safer. However, you put jam over here, we have the O to continue underneath. So I think it's okay if we just do this. Because then, you know, we can just do cop or something afterwards. Although cop, I think, takes this S in front for scop. And we might not want to dangle it quite like that. But we'll see. I guess we no longer have something to go with the F up here as well, so that's a bit of a problem too. Okay, so let's just think about that. And we'll just need to wait for my opponent's play. So yeah, he's going to take that spot with J, so we don't just double something under it. We can potentially still put something underneath. No X here for us yet, though, for under je. I should see if maybe there's something that will go down here onto this E, but the only thing we have that will go there is T. So you can definitely do something like poet, 24, dangles to P, but it's not too bad. I wonder if like cootie spelled this way is good. Like instead of just IE. I don't know if I'd try it. A couple of other possibilities as well. Footy. Not that good. Let's see if there's something else that we can do here. Trying to see if maybe there's something like quality is good, actually. Just want to manage my rack a little bit and stretch out the board and try to draw into something better. Ironic and an A. I feel like there's something very close. It's so close to something like Ocarina. There are probably some things that will go with an 8 tile for this one. So close to like Anionic, Ocarina, other things like that. I feel like there's something that will fit. Very nice fit on Enabled over there. Very nice play. That was 85 points. I should seriously consider if there is something that's going to be off this T over here. If we can see something in there. Too high up to end on TION. I don't think we'll get something off that. 12 points here. Well, I mean, or Lion would be better, I think, in terms of something to play through. Not great at all, but we're trying to open the position a bit and make this playable. I have to get rid of one of the eyes. Yeah, this doesn't do anything for the position, for instance. So I think we either go Lion or Lino. Crazily. Okay, let's see if there's actually going to be a spot that opens up for this, because that would be fantastic. There is currently no spot for it, as far as I can see. I am very disappointed. I am very, very disappointed. But maybe we can see something else. Yeah, Quality Humor, you were saying, as a fan of The Simpsons, I guess, that you always try to make Quidjabo when playing Scrabble. And yeah, Joseph, we'll look at the snurted definition afterwards, because maybe we should have just clicked on it here on Woogles to figure that out. Now I'm really behind on time endpoints. If we can't play crazily, it's very easy to get stuck on stuff that you wish you could play. Let's see if we can find something else, like maybe something that would go down here. Something that would go down here. I am so disappointed. Something that would go here, like Riz. Rise is also good, but it means that if we play Riz over here, then we have the A hook for next turn. available. So I think we just take it. Nothing's going to go above the Z, so you won't have a parallel on the spot above id. Face fly, it's a Niobius on Swive. I knew the Swive hook. I just Niobus. Pretty sure is good. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else my opponent could have considered there. Unfortunately, we don't have a C for a certain Batman villain here, Clayface. But we do potentially have Flay on this side for 33, and then we can just try to continue. I wonder if you can do like Fly Face, or I don't know. If you had, like, I'm trying to double up the F here because Fs go well together. So if you have like, it's too bad we don't have like a face or something. I'm trying to see if we have something that would go here and stretch to the double. I don't see that we do. I think we'll just go play. Okay, I'm close to something. Lacerated off the, no, not really. 2 A's. Factor in is good. My opponent's just tearing away with this. I think there might be something through the N. Let's take a look at this. And no, not quite entranced or anything. I really feel like there's something in the N over there. Also, oh, wait. No, rat-faced. Rat-faced. That's got to be good, for sure. Rat-face, no, rat-face was challenged off. Okay. Rat-face is no good. That's our first phony that was kicked off today, actually. Joseph, you're saying Austin phonied with PY once and Muffin accepted it, yeah. Yeah, you know, the better you get, particularly if you're playing fast, the easier it is online to have a total blind spot for phony twos. I let so many phony twos go when starting to play online a bit more a few years ago. So now I've shown my whole rack, and so if my opponent sees that there is something on the N side, then he will block it. I'm still trying to see if we can see something there. I haven't found it yet, though. But okay, now we know that rat face is no good. I feel like rat face is good, like rat face. I'm very surprised that rat face is no good, but that's okay. So yeah, he knows my rack now, so he's going to try to close up with something for sure. In which case, we will just need to continue to play in such a way that I can actually open up some positions. Unfortunately, Niobus kind of killed the position under the P there for PE. You see, first we couldn't play crazily, and then we got rat-faced challenged off, and so this has not been the most fortunate of circumstances for us. So anyway, my opponent's taking a long turn. I guess it's probably because he's inspecting how to block or just finding a good place for the X. Doesn't score that much by usual standards for the X. The 27 there. Yeah, because he has to consider my whole rack now that he's seen it, right? So this is going to make it really quite difficult to open up. That's one of the purposes of this play, quite clearly. So we need to find a way to break things open a bit. I actually like lack over here. Dangles for lace. It will almost certainly be taken, but the idea here is that you threaten the right side so the left side remains open on the N or the I. Also, we didn't actually take a look at it with the I. Because don't we have like Radicate or something? No, it doesn't fit. Because Radicate is good. And an Eradicate goes in front, right? The E. I don't think there's anything other than Radicate in there, though, so it doesn't fit. Which means we shouldn't bother looking, because I'm pretty sure that's the only thing. Unless it's acerated. No, we don't have two E's. Just go lack. And then threaten on both sides. We're going to lose this game. We're 200 tiles, 200 points behind with 21 in the bag. And this is not much better for us to work with double A. There might be something through the I again here. I do not see a 7. Let's see if there's an 8 through C. The double A is the big problem here. And yeah, I just don't see it yet. I feel like there is something, but we have to stare at it a bit. I think there's probably nothing through the C. That doesn't look too familiar to me, but Dentaria doesn't fit. I think that's the only one there, Dentaria. It's Dentaria and Dentalia, and one of them is good in columns and one of them is good in both, and I can never remember which. Dentalia, Dentaria. Dentaria rain date. Dentaria rain date doesn't fit. Okay. Yeah, Dentaria and rain date I think are both Collins. But if, yeah, he's not going to dangle anything for me that's not already on the board. It's just not going to happen. But the idea is that we try to remain open on both sides. And if we can see something that will go through the C, then we'll take it. But I don't think there is anything. I'm assuming there's nothing here that is a 7. I really don't see it. And Victor, yeah, the thing about Victor is that the V blocks off the top side. Victor also no longer dangles the Y because no Ys are available, but it does hit a massive spot for the S with 2 S's left in the bag. So this is a bit of a sticky position because the right side has essentially been exhausted. The left side is probably going to close up next turn. So we need some kind of play that'll actually stretch out. Give me some space. Notice that there are 5 E's in the bag. There's some likelihood of redrawing E. But very likely if we play anything on the right side, my opponent is going to exhaust the top left of the board. I don't see an alternative to that, though. Like, we just have nothing to work with, unless we have a way to fork that position to open up like a second lane. That would just barely fit or something, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But there isn't a good way to do that without further obstructing with a small play that doesn't score anything. So this might be our worst game today by the looks of it. We might just take points here. Just take points. Yeah. We're going to lose this one badly, but that's what happens when you try to play something rat-faced. So, Luca, the word epistrophe is actually spelled with the E on the end. The reason that I've got my handle spelled with Y on the end is because it is a musical composition by Thelonious Monk. which is harmonically pretty challenging to learn. Like it's a tricky piece. But the reason that I had it as my name here, well, I've had like a whole bunch of different user handles on a whole bunch of different platforms over the years. What often happens in Scrabble, in fact, wow, give me this spot, really? Unless he's holding both S's. If he's holding both S's, this is actually a spot he's taking for himself. I actually strongly suspect this is what's going on. He's totally giving himself a spot on the left to like blow me off the board with a 500 score again. Too bad about the K over here. I wonder if maybe there was a way to... Yeah, we're so close to stuff like Neat Nick. We might even just play Neat Nick to like really open this up. Because then you have two spots. You've got triple lane there. You've got the lane on the left in case we draw into an S. Let's just do it. He's totally holding two S's. And he's going to hit something. Underwear. Oh, almost. Almost. Can you underaw something, though? Like, you can overaw. You could definitely overaw. Can you underaw? I think you can. But likely he's also going to try to take the triple spot because it's the biggest risk to the game right now. I am going to try underaw if it is available to me. I know overaw is good, so it's got to be underaw as well. Although, maybe by probability I should have seen it before if, yeah, that's not going to stay up. Especially if he's holding two S's, then he knows that Sue on the left side is safe. Because that's the only thing in the bag that is going to go there at this point. Well, then we have a decision to make. Do we... Well, there's one in the bag. He's very likely to hit on this side with Bisters or something, and we just have to block it, I think. And actually, with an S here, he even has the possibility to go under Neat Nick. So I think we just have to like go wake or something and think about an out into somewhere else. It does block the S spot, so, you know, if I have a miracle draw for the S, then the logic behind it is that you would be looking at two lanes. Like, if you have a way to draw into going here or here, given an S, you think about, okay, if I play off one tile and draw an S, do I have a play on either one? Given that it's going to be perfect information for my opponent and he can block either way. I don't think we have a way to do it. So given the circumstances, let's just block the position and just take it like that. And B is at the end. So yeah, he definitely would have had something there, like recites at the very least. Actually, he probably still has something through here, through the A. Seriates. No, it doesn't fit. He's got, that's seriates and only seriates, I think. So the A will not go. But yeah, I'm about to go overtime, so we need to play fast once it's my turn. So we probably will just have to go like buyer on this side. I don't see an out right now. We're looking for an out to play off all my tiles at once. I don't see it, so first play we'll do, if we don't see it, we'll just immediately play buyer. So, yeah. Buried, rubbed, anything like that, tubed. It's got to be buyer on the right side. Yeah, Clint Sizzle, this is a tough opponent. Yeah, this is the fellow who's the organizer of this event. And so I'm, after this game, going to be 1-2 against him today because I beat him on our first match. He usually beats me. And I think he's actually somewhere like World Top 100 or something. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know him in person. I've just seen him online running these events. Mostly for people kind of on Indian time because he's based in Sri Lanka. So they've got kind of a regular weekend club going there. And then once every month or two, they try to do the 12 round event. And I try to adjust my sleep to sit in for that. We'll just play by our gingeriest. I actually didn't even look at that because I was down on time. And it is good. It's not a phony. Gingeriest is valid. It's a very nice play. It's a very, very nice play. Too bad about Rat Faced. I wonder if Rat Faced by itself was good. It's not. So we just had nothing there. We should look over the board. So this was about a 200-point loss, my worst of today, but that just is going to happen sometimes. So 2 rounds to go. We're on 5-5. So yeah, he's definitely one of the strongest players in the group, and partly runs this tournament as a coaching exercise for people in his own online group, I think. Anyway, we didn't get to see round 9 earlier, but we'll try to step through this one in case there's anything interesting that's going to come up. Like plays we missed when we played Rat Faced. We'll try to step through it quickly. Clipped? Oh, I do know clipped. I just didn't think about it when I looked at clipped. Or look at clip. I actually did know this word, and it's clearly best. And glid is good as well. Glid and guild. So, yeah, Wive over here. Tuke was good. Coquette we missed. Folates went down, of course. And then we jam over here. I was looking for parallels up there, and we actually looked at capo, I think. Or camo. We looked at camo. And we just didn't see what was beyond that. Typo we missed because I'm totally blind to FY. FY, NY, and KY are only in the Collins Dictionary, and I know them, but they're very hard to see naturally if you're not accustomed to looking for them. So, quality was positionally maybe okay, but not really a great play there. Or catching on points, enameled, beautifully done. And then, yeah, no 7s for me, but oniric. I actually didn't know this spelling. I know it with the E inside. Oniric. So look at that. Non-such and none-hoods, which my opponent does not see. Beautiful plays either way. We did not get to play crazily. Oh, I actually didn't even think about putting the Z on top. That was a silly oversight that we didn't think about Zen, which is so easy to see. I think once I saw the kind of possibility of Riz followed by the A hook, I just stuck with it and didn't look carefully at something very obvious. So Niobus is good, of course, but noxious and unpoison. If you remove poison from someone, I guess you can unpoison them. And yeah, it's lots and lots of possibilities for my opponent there on what is usually a pretty ugly looking rack. So no 8s for me there, or 7s. I don't think Clayface is good either, by the way, despite the Batman presence. Yeah, Clinsizzle in UK rat face means very drunk. Yeah, maybe it's only ever sort of officially spelled as 2 words or hyphenated or something, because I thought it was completely natural. I didn't really question it when I put it down. Factor in, and then rat faced got challenged off. Hawks goes down. Yeah, Lack. I mean, all the plays that are candidate plays, as you can see here, are just small, fishy plays anyway. We were thinking mainly in terms of what opens the position and what creates a second threat. So I'm sure this is actually okay on balance. And Victor over here. My opponent's so far ahead at this point, there's no reason to worry about the S risk when most of the heavy tiles are gone. No 7s for me, so we didn't miss anything here with Deer or Dean. Still some R's and N's in the pool at that point. So deer, yeah. So the way would have been fine. Neat Nick actually was the best play there by equity. Extends the position, creates a second threat. That's what we wanted. My opponent actually missed Sniggers, which is interesting. Because, yeah, I mean, he's winning at that point anyhow, so. Yeah, so nothing here. Gingerade. If life gives you ginger, make gingerade. And yeah, gingeriest goes, and we blocked any bingos that might have gone here. Gingeriest, very nice. Tied for the best play in terms of the score off the final sequence, and I have no outs. Do I? No, I do have outs. I have DeBurr and Earbud. So yeah, under time pressure though, Buyer was the best I could see. Earbud is really hard to see. I've missed earbuds as a 7 many times before, I think. Oh, also, round 11 is up and running, so I need to go and join. I missed the alert for that. So let me just make sure I wasn't in trouble for taking so long with that. Whoops, sorry. Okay. Let's go back to the game chat. So there's a rematch with this player here. And let's get back to this. Yeah, Twitch eats the message if you just try and type it in chat. Oh, the definition of snurted that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot bring up my software while I'm playing. I don't want any suspicion on that front. So we'll have to go back to that board and click on it later, and then we'll see it on screen. Because I wanted to look over that game anyway. I think round 9 we didn't actually get to step through. So we'll see. Iwi takes decay in front eventually. We have way too many vowels, so let's see what we can do here. I probably just want to play some stuff off. I might even exchange on this turn, actually. It's just too much direct. But even if we exchange, what do we do? Just keep E or even dump all 7? We have IE, A-I-Y-E-E, but we don't have a good place for it, I don't think. I'm trying to see if we do have a way to do something like that. We do have AOE, but E is in a really dangerous position if we do that. Yowie, actually, let's just do it. We have the F. F goes on top of Y for a big play. So F actually goes on either location, and then now we're sitting on all vowels again. So possibly my opponent will be a bit heavy. We'll just have to see what happens. In this play, you know, best might even be just to go like that. Either that or we'll just go here and then hopefully draw some consonants. Yeah, Mang is suggesting Yaoi, Y-A-O-I. I don't think that's in yet. I know that's Hente is in. And was, I think, a relatively recent addition. But anyway, that's going to be taken. Oh, with a K. That's too bad. All right, we do have to just get rid of some of this stuff. Either Fey or Foe. Fey to duplicate. And we just need to draw consonants at this point. Like, both players, you'll notice, are playing vowels heavily. So we're both coming into consonant trouble soon, I'm sure. EAUX, if we can have a place for it. We don't right now. Well, apart from maybe here, like O over here would work. That's probably best play if we have that still open. It is a symmetrical board. Why does this remind me of the structure of the Ostrich Bonanza bonus level in the Donkey Kong Bonanza postgame? Anyway, that's what happens when you play too many video games. So we have a couple of possibilities here. We probably don't want to make just a dinky play like this, even though it is 38. It keeps way too much drek. Best play by far is going to be over here if it is open, which I do not trust. So we'll see. I think both players are clearly struggling right now, that we're both playing off tons of vowels. And I'm still drawing vowels, and so like somebody's going to get stuck with stuff soon. Pearl over there. Okay, so I don't think that changes our calculus on our side. We just take it. Okay, co-equal, co-equal. Do we have a place? Do we have a place? Oh, I'll be so disappointed if we don't get this one. We actually do have a place. It's going to be off LEA. And it actually lands to Q in a nice spot too. Look at that. So, adorners. That's fine. We've got co-equal. I don't care. For 81. I sure hope this is valid. I think it is. Let me just see, make sure we don't have anything else that is a better kind of spot for a Q play. I think we just have to play it. It's too nice. It's got to be right. Co-equal. And yeah, now I've played it. You can check it, and indeed it is correct. Now, the thing is, this actually takes an S on the end for SAE. If someone wants to drop a bomb there for about 30 points later, if someone just needs to shed an S. Do we have something to go here? JATO would go here. I would rather have something that plays off the D as well, but I don't think we have that. I don't think we have a way to do it. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I think this has to be best, though, even if we were keeping double D. I think we have to do it. If it's available. It might not be. Other options are not really very appealing at the moment. Loco is going to go down, so... All right, that's fine. Do we have another way to play off the J, then? Do we have a way to play like Jaded or something somewhere? That would be ideal, but if we even just have Jane, that's not great because of the fact that we would be keeping way too many consonants in a situation where we're both kind of expecting to draw more consonants. I'm trying to see if we have something else that we can do on that side. I do want to get rid of J if we can. Jock, I think, is good, which means that we can potentially do something like... No, I don't think we have a way to start with JAC or JEC. But we can potentially do Raj or Taj up here. Whoops, Taj, DDER or DDET? DR has more synergy, so we take Taj over here. Remedied, if we have an additional E to play through, which we do, Remedied would go through here. Let's write it down so I don't forget. Whoops, remedied. We should look at other possibilities, though, instead of trusting that to stay available. Reminded if we have an end to play through, which we don't. I'm also trying to see if maybe it would be something through the L, like middle something. Failing that, we will just go for like remixed. It puts the R in a terrible position, but we get nice big turnover in a bag that still has 2 blanks available and lots of other things going on. So remixed may not be terrible, unless we get triple on the R. But if we can play Remedied, obviously we'll do it. I actually wonder, do we play Remedied here, or we do play Remedied one spot over? Given that X and Q are already down, that left spot is okay, because the I is not terrible. It does create this spot here for something like the Z, though. But this also creates an even better spot for the Z, so either one is not really that great. Probably this. However, that does leave more room for counterplay on the right side of the board. So it doesn't really close lanes. So it depends on how far ahead we are, I think. And again, the Z risk is going to be an issue either way. Taking a left spot obstructs the left side a bit. Taking a right spot means you have less room to move here afterwards. Wem is going to go down anyway, so Remedied will not be available. Since it is not available, do we still go to Remixed idea? I think it's pretty dangerous to put the R there, but the rationale for this is to just kind of make a big draw into the bag. I guess the alternative would be something like item over here for 20. Problem with that is that behind ET, it actually does leave a pretty big consonant spot for a counterplay. Let me just make sure we didn't miss something with either playing through S or playing through L, or for that matter, playing through R here. I don't really see it. Yeah, just trying to see whether there's something through L. So my opponent's clearly stuffed with constants. If he's stuffed with constants and he's only playing off 3 tiles, maybe this is okay because it makes it difficult for him to counterplay. This was not a great draw, but we'll probably do something like fart or fart. Despite the eyes in that position, if that is open, we'll take it so we take out the triple possibility. If that is not available, then likely we'll just do fit down here. Fit is pretty clearly best if the opponent takes the top spot instead, I think. So we'll see what happens. Stovane, okay, that's too bad. Stovane is definitely good. Now we know it. Does put my opponent ahead. It does mean that maybe we should actually keep the top spot open and just try to play for equity as best as we can. Lots of risks here. Obviously, you got this spot. You got this spot. We are kind of closing down if we put fit over here. We're closing down the best 7 lane, essentially, but there's still lots of fits that will go either way. So I think we take the point, manage to rack. try to catch up. So this is going to be something. We have adjusted. I don't know if we actually have a spot for it. We have probably something with ing. We should actually see if there's something off the R or the E on top. I think there will be. Gladius. No, that doesn't fit. Well, we'll see. The G is not great here, but sedating has something else in it. Sedating and there's something else in there that I'm not seeing. It'll take me a while to figure out. Okay, so doesn't look like adjusted will go down. Leave down here. I think we can get something off the R. Let me just see what we can get. Either way, we have something, I'm sure. It's whether it's off the R or off the E. E is probably easier to do. We saw adjusted earlier. If we have something that is a blank on top of that, there has to be something. There's that whole set like Ganister, Gantreed, etc. But the D is actually a problem. DIS start, dis. We should also look at L on this side. How is it we can't find something through the R or the E? This looks like it should so obviously be something. But we don't have enough room past that E. How about something with the T-I-S-E ending? I cannot believe we can't see this. We do have Gladius off the L. At the very least, that's what we have. I feel like we're missing something huge off the R, though. Don't quite have, like... So, there's Gladiate. No, that... We don't have the tiles for that anyway. We might just have to just settle for Gladius, unless we have something that ends with like AL going on top. We're spending too long on this turn. We just need to do it. I cannot believe we're missing something on the right side, though. It looks so open. It looks massively open. And I cannot believe we don't see it. We have to do it. And it's terrible. Like, it hits nothing. This is the lowest scoring bingo you can get, 59. I missed something huge there, but we're burning time. And the thing is, we're still competitive in this game, so we just have to take it and go. I must have missed something big. Anyway, at this point, my opponent is going to take Ronzers. Ronzers, I don't know. I like that. I know Runs. I don't know Ronzers. We have to challenge this one. It's good. Okay. Does it take the B in front for Bronzers? That's the first question that comes to mind. Yeah, so it's a 6 tile play, but it plays a Z on the massive hotspot, hence how well that did. We really need to get rid of the V. I think actually best way to do it would just go Vim over here. That's not a very good play. I don't know if we have a place for like Vino somewhere or Ovine. I mean, Ovine like this might work, but we're behind enough in score that we probably want that lane to stay open with blank unseen and 8 tiles in a bag. We need more space. And yeah, because if that closes down, then we're really kind of sunk. Because right now we have like super long shot lane over here. This is the main lane over here. And we don't really have a good way to open a second one right now until we get rid of some of this stuff. So, so close to Ugonia. So Ugonia, I think, is good, but we don't have that. We're just a little bit off. So 6 in a bag, blank S unseen. No E's, so the blank would have to be an E in order to fit under this position. I really do think, I'm wondering if Bronzers is good there, because that would be a massive play. Even if you just designate blank as B, which you didn't have to do because the other Bs are already out. Designating the blank as a B there already kind of bags you about 40 points. And, well, about 45 to 50 points, actually. And yeah, it's really unfortunate. We want to keep our E because we have the E for that spot. Because, again, the only thing that'll go, unless my opponent blocks here, as it will likely try to do, is that you... Yeah, likely... It's too bad that we have so little work with here, because, pain just keeps so many vowels. I would like to open up something here. Like if you do OO here, then you have OON, OOT. I don't remember if OOS is good. I think it is. I think actually on balance, that's our play next turn. Assuming we have enough in the bag to draw to, we need minimum 2 in the bag. Porky is going to block the top spot. Unless there's Sporky. Mr. Sporky. We have to take this, but then it's very easily blocked. Because in order to not block it, my opponent would have to not have H blank S E T N. Well, I mean, my opponent is going to have to tell to block it, so it's like that's not really going to be a possibility. It will be blocked immediately. And if it's not played here, though, there's a natural spot for an O play in that position. Now, if we have something here to open up, that might be a possibility. But it has to be something that takes a tile on top that we have. Or here. But we don't have something that would go on top. Y actually goes on top of GOE. If we draw the Y and have a 7 that ends with a Y, that oddly enough also fits. But I don't think we're depending on that. That would be crazy, but extremely unlikely. Because if we take this, absolutely my opponent blocks because he's guaranteed to have a tile that plays off OO. So I don't know what we do in this kind of situation because we just don't have a way to get out of that. Do we have a way to go here? We don't quite have a fit for something like Goonie. However, no, that just keeps things closed, right? Then we really have no place to go. We're about 60 behind. We should actually think about this in terms of points then. And yeah, so that means obviously not opening this because we don't have a sequence for it. I actually wonder, like Goonie with an IE. That's empties the bag though. We want one tile in the bag, but then there's no spot. There's no bingo anywhere. And no reason for my opponent to give it to me. So the kind of extreme long shot chances that we can think of something that would actually have our 5 tiles plus a Y plus something else and actually end with a Y over here. I don't think that given that letter combination that will actually happen. No, it just doesn't work. Maybe something here. Like here. Or even HE. No, just, yeah, nothing's going to go. Like the lane will just be immediately blocked. Let's just take points and see what happens. Yeah, so my opponent has all this stuff and holding out for something with ING as well. So that's going to empty the bag. Opponent has no vowels but has S blank. So yeah, this, I don't see a path, but we do this. We do not have anything to go on the H afterwards to play out. But if we can find an out in 2 that scores that much, maybe we can actually try to catch. I seriously wonder if my opponent is going to try bronzers on the top. I think we just have to take this. I don't see a 5-tile play coming out of that. What do we do, EH? Do we have anything? No. EH, Naiad. We don't have a place for Naiad. I have 1 second. I didn't have a... Oh, we did have a place Naiad. Yeah, we should have gone Naiad over here. EH and Naiad. Completely missed it. So we did have an out in 2. And I'm just going to go overtime and lose 10 at this point, so... I did not have enough time to look at that. Otherwise, we would play EH there and Naiad up top. Or even Naiad up top first because my opponent didn't actually have a way to deal with it apart from burning the blank, maybe. Question is, does he risk bronzers? Oh, I'm overtime. Okay, so it's going to go tongs over there. Yeah, so too bad. So now we don't want to forfeit the game by going a minute over, so I do need to play. And yeah, too bad. We just saw the sequence just a moment too late. I don't see the 5 here, so. And Naiad would have gone down here too, actually. Add over here. Yeah, let's just play out and not fuss about it. So we'll lose this one. Okay. All words valid. Yeah, this one got a little rough at the end. I did have the out in 2 sequence. It would not have caught my opponent, but it was a situation with a late blank that caught us out as well. So going into the 12th and final round, we are therefore on 5-6. Which, against a group this strong, you know, we've been usually going about even every time I played with them. So it's not too much of a surprise that things would even out in the end. Let's see what we missed. I particularly want to see what we missed when we played the Gladius, because I feel like we actually did below that turn. Oh, I totally forgot that we had a fit for this, but no, this was not unreasonable. Given that we were expecting big consonant draws coming after both of us were playing vowels like crazy, Adorners goes down, co-equal goes down. It's the only one that was going to go. Comics Office C, that's interesting, but didn't go. Loco, anyway, yeah. Blocked potential J plays there. Look at this B vomit. But either way, if my opponent's just sort of heavy on stuff to get rid of, the E was a natural place to go, and unfortunately that killed Remedied. Remixed was acceptable. Hurled, I did not consider it, but looks a lot better, actually. Way, way better. I just didn't even look at it. Stove in goes down. Bit or Fiat would have been playable there. Plebe down here. Dog's Tail I did not see. But that's the only thing I missed. I actually missed a spot for Agisted. How did I not see that? I saw Agisted before I even looked at the board, and I just never saw the hook over the B, so we didn't look at it carefully at all. But I did not see Dog's Tail. Grass was Spiky Flower Heads, also Dogtail. But yeah, nothing through the R or the E on the right side except for Sigmated, which I do know. I just didn't see it. And the Sigmated has that S in a pretty dangerous spot for an E ending anyway, so that... Yeah, so digitals, I did see digitals as an alternative, but we ended up with Gladius instead and scored nothing. I should have actually considered digitals given that it scores slightly over just from landing the G on a double. Agatize I was thinking about in some other game earlier, I think. That's a possibility. But yeah, the fact that we saw Agisted and just didn't see the spot for it that was really obvious was a bit embarrassing there. But anyway, so Bronzers is good, and Bronzers would have been a triple-triple. My opponent did not try it. My opponent held Bronzers and did not play B with a blank for Bronzers. So he was more confident in Bronzers than he was in Bronzers. Either that or he just didn't type the blank or something. But that would have been a 284-point play. One of the biggest ones that I would ever have seen in a game that I've played. And he missed Bronzers in that position. I feel like we got away with murder. Or we got away with being not as murdered. That he missed a 284-point play. Okay, that's fine. We'll get away with that, I guess. Like, I've hardly ever seen something that big go on a board. And yeah, Porky, Goo over here. NY. Bronzers is available with the blank the whole time as well. He's actually holding the blank to the end. So we didn't actually miss anything. I did consider Goonie over here. But at this point, we have no way to open a position. Everything's just shut off. Okay, well, consolation for that game is that my opponent missed Bronzers. We're still waiting on some games apparently, so let me just see how standings are doing. Because it's the final round, and there was a forfeit there from the opponent who disconnected, as you can see down here. So, yeah, because this opponent disconnected earlier and dropped out of the previous game, I think, and then is forfeiting the rest. And that puts them rock bottom. I'm kind of bottom of the pack now, 5-6. That puts me in the bottom half. But it's a pretty tight pack all the way in the middle. So let's just see what happens. Would I have challenged Bronzers? It's a 5-point challenge, so yeah, I would have. But I was already thinking about Bronzers when Bronzers went down. I didn't know Bronzers. I was pretty sure Bronzers was okay. But if you're even the slightest bit unsure, if you see a 284 point plate go down on the board and you're playing 5 point challenge, you should probably challenge. Worst thing that can happen is that your opponent has some kind of new record high by 5 points. Anyway, we're first. Weft, we can not quite have bereft. I don't know if we have anything better than that. I think we just take it. Reboiled, O through to B. I don't know if we have something that's a 7, but reboiled should certainly be good. Bloodier through an O, if it comes to something like that. Yeah, so after this one, I'll try to remember to get a look at round 9 as well. Unfortunately, Mango doesn't give me either of the things I was looking for. However, do we have something with the A? I need to look at this for a moment. Because ABLE ending is always worth looking at. I don't see something, but I feel like I'm missing something. But you know what? We can just do broiled. What am I talking about? Just, you don't need to reboil something. You can just broil it. But do we have a place for it? I don't think we do. I actually don't think we have a place for it. Huh. Okay. So that's a little irritating. However, we can probably just do something through here. I think even like just broad is good. Or if we have something that can end with the B, that's even better. Or something OBE. Do we have something OBE? Not really. I really feel like we're missing something with the A to play through. I didn't consider the N either. Let me just do this quickly. Yeah, the ABLE ending, IBLE ending, always worth looking for. IABLE ending. I don't see it. I think broad is good unless I'm thinking of like something else like broad or something. I think it's good. We're very close to something like Exilian, but we don't have it. But Exilian with an A is good. A actually fixes a lot of problems with this rack, like Alexine and other such things. But as long as we kind of unduplicate a little bit and hopefully score with the X, then we might be fine. You know, even something like Tixt here, which keeping 2 E's might still be okay. Aeons, do we have a good way to take advantage of that? Like Exile or something, Ilex? So Ilex can go down here for 37. It can also go up here for 42. 5 point difference, but the issue, of course, is the positioning of the eye on the triple. But here you also have the parallel that's possible left of OX. That can get pretty heavy. I don't like either of these options. But we have an E, and having the E makes it easier to play off the right side of X. We don't have an O to play off OXO. So this combined with this consideration here of where the O is sitting makes me think we'll go Ilex. Invest? Not quite. finitist, maybe. I don't know. Can you be more finite than something? I don't think so, because you can't be finiter. Fitness, not quite. But we could just go finite, of course. Oh, it doesn't even hit. Okay, never mind. So yeah, this spot would have hit really hard if we had gone ILX in a lower position. What we can also just do is feint here for 38. Keeping ST is pretty good, I think. Unless we have something that will go here, filet 32, NST. No, we'll go feint. We're spending the E anyway. We should look at the OUS ending. So close to something like fatuous. So yeah, we should probably close off the I spot before it gets us into too much trouble. The other thing we can do is just play off something like this. So we undouble the S and also just undouble the U. So we might even go outs if that's going to be the case. If that spot is open, we'll probably play outs. And yeah, Luca, you're free to look up plays that are no longer available to me. Like if we have spent off the rack and the play is just no longer available on the board, like if it's a spot that's not open anymore, then feel free to tell me what I missed after the fact, as long as it's not something I'm still able to play. Okay, that's going to hit hard, and unfortunately, do not have an eye to do something on that side. So that took the exact spot I was hoping to take, and we're still ahead, but won't be for long if this stays open. I actually think we'll just go like usual or something. That's 7 points. That's terrible. We do need to get rid of some of this stuff. And unfortunately, we have nothing that we can do with the Q spot over here. There's just nothing that will go. However, something like Su, that's fine. Sao is also good, but despite having OUT, we want to keep A instead, I think. Not quite autarchs, unfortunately. Oh, it's funny because if we kept O, we would have been close to outtakes, maybe. So yeah, that spot is naturally going to go. Luckily, not hitting for too much. Well, it hits for 41. It's still quite a bit, but we're still slightly, marginally ahead. And yeah, Luca, you thought you saw it drifted, not available, unfortunately, or not valid. I would not have tried it. I think we do a cat. Cat does take iCat in front. It also kind of leaves me with too many vowels still. I should consider something like, still don't like that either. Too bad we don't have that second T for outtakes, I guess. I think we should just take it. Both players are kind of thinking about I endings in this spot anyway already. Ugh, yucky. Yeah, EAU pretty much has to go down this turn in some fashion, unless we have a vowel dump that is even bigger, like UOA. No, we don't have enough for that. Because so EUOUAE is actually a valid word in this dictionary. Looting is going to go down and we'll just get smacked by that. We're about 40 points down at this stage. And yeah, we don't have a good way to deal with this. We might have to just exchange out and keep either AES or ES. 2 A's in a bag. I think we just keep AES maybe. Or we might just have to do something silly like bow down here, which unfortunately has a massive spot on the A that it opens up. I think we just have to exchange. I'm going to keep one A because there's not too much duplication risk. The risk is drawing too many vowels, like drawing a whole bunch of I's or something, and not having good consonant vowel balance. Let's go like this. Leagues. So do we have a way to play leagues? Yes, we do, because S goes on top for scat. So leagues will be first choice play over here. If that is not available, do we have an alternate spot? I don't think we do. But I'm looking at whether we have like an ABLE ending over here or something else. We unfortunately don't quite have beleaguer. But yeah, if the top spot is open, then we play leagues and scat, and that will be problem solved. Descriptive is 6 hours of Scrabble? Yeah. I've done more in person. I've done, Scrabble tournaments where you, with a long lunch break, you're going 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 4.5 consecutive days. So I'm used to it. Leagues and scat. This is the last game we're playing today, though. This is the end of the line. So yeah, I don't actually feel fatigued right now. But we'll see. I feel better now than I did yesterday when we spent 4 hours walking around in Hollow Knight Silksong, trying to figure out what I hadn't found yet post credits. Because there's a lot I have not found yet post credits, but I don't actually know how to unlock it yet, and I don't want to look it up, right? So I spent like 3 or 4 hours just roaming the map and retracing steps and barely finding anything. And so pubbed is probably good. Like you can go pubbing, right? So we'll probably do something like that just to get rid of tiles once my opponent plays. Now you'll notice I'm only very slightly ahead right now because we were way behind after the Q sequence and looting. Vera's going to go there. Let's see if there's a good play off of that. Doesn't score too much. I think we managed to rack and go pubbed. Now, the positioning here, the E is not a threat because there's no parallel that's going to go around it. I think we just go like this. And then we have dirty. I mean, clearly, if you go pubbing, then you can have pubbed, right? And ick over here. I'm still looking at this spot over here, like aridity. Aridity, do we actually have? Oh, no, we don't. For once, we actually have too few Ys. But yeah, unfortunately, C is going to close off a lot of stuff over there. Let's see what we can do here. Because yeah, I mean, we could just do Irid or something. I don't like that, though. It's so few points. 9 points on a very tight game, and we're behind on time, so. Trying to find something better. You know what? I think actually Ver does take the Y. Veriest is good, and I know that because, like, if it's with a W, it's with Wisteria. So we can actually just dump the Y there this turn and try to just find a better play next turn. Maybe we'll even draw a challenge from it, unless I have a way to play out of that. I think it's good. I think it may draw a challenge. Okay, no, my opponent knows it. Daled. We need to check. It's good. Okay. We can go zit. There's one I and one blank left. There's also, no S's. So if you have zit, then something could go down to the left side, but then we have the I available for zitty. And then my opponent can't parallel off of that. So also, if we just have a place to go dirt here, we'll just play dirt here, but I don't think we do. Very close to something like Untidier. I lost a very memorable game to Untidier in a very late position earlier this year, so it's still very much on my mind there. I think we do zit and try to threaten zitty. S in second position, if my opponent takes it, is not too bad. I in second position, well, there's one I left in the pool, and we have one of them. Oh, we have the other one, rather. So probably we just go vice, maybe even viced. If it's available. That's 40-something points. I don't expect it to be available. If my opponent sees a hook coming, they'll probably try to take this. But it's such a close game at this point, we might come to regret that 5-point challenge on Daled. So let's see what happens. Just need to wait for my opponent to do this. I think, I think Vice is good, but that's a 6-point difference. Closes things off a bit with a blank. Still unseen. It will partly depend on how many tiles are remaining in the bag. So no, that will be taken, unfortunately. When it's about 19 ahead, this is going to be tight. What about I'm thinking of Chav, I think. We need to do something about the V, and we need to do it soon. Yeah, however, we can also do this and get 26 off of it. CRR is not great because of the fact that C does not parallel with anything other than the H on top over here. But we need to play for points at this point. I think we absolutely take it. 3 in the bag, blank unseen, J unseen, which is going to be a factor. There aren't really good scoring spots for the J at the moment, unless it's something like this, which would then lead to a counterplay down here. And N would go down here if we can put something there, but I don't have an E to go there. So yeah, 1 tile in the bag, J blank unseen. We need to make sure that if we have something like jig come down here, that I have a counterplay here. Either that or we need to block it, I think, unless we can outscore it. We don't have much time to analyze it. Either that or we try to just draw heavily into the bag and outpace my opponent. So for example, you go narco. Then, oh, we don't have any O for, oh, wait, no, my O's in space. Hang on. Go narco. 24 points. We need to account, again, for the possibility that my opponent plays J here, but if it's a small play, then we might be able to outpace with PR plus 1 more tile. The question is, which tile will it be? If it's something like G, we are probably in trouble unless we have something like Gorp. If it's something like R, we might be in trouble because we don't have a way to play off PRR, like off, oh no, we do, we have per over here. So we just mapped this out. So we played G, we got Gorp, R, we got per. None of these score very much, but we might get enough points off my opponent. I unfortunately do not have time to actually calculate it. If we pick up the J ourselves, then that is tricky. But any of the vowels or the blanks will give me a good way to get out of this. So I think this has to be the play, Narco. Or we just go Narc. If we just go Narc, that's a 4-point sacrifice, but we keep the O available for anything like a counterplay to the J, or we kind of open up an option for the J ourselves, maybe. So Narco or Narc. Also, if we have Narc over there, then we can also still hook it onto Narco. We need to decide quickly because we have a minute down. I think, though, 4 vowels, 3 consonants in the bag. No, this is a hard call to make. Narco. Oh, J's in the bag. Too bad. We're probably going to lose to that. We'll just straight up lose to J in the bag. Oh, well. Yeah, because if we had kept the O, then we have more J plays that are available. Is the J actually an outright stick? It might actually be a stick. No, we have JOR in this position here. We'd have to play that, and we might lose just a tempo. Also, I'm looking at my opponent's rack and trying to figure out if there is actually a bingo on it, which might be the case. We didn't analyze the J risk closely enough because it was down on time. But that's actually the worst draw I could have made, I think, because we didn't have a way to get out. If we had kept the O, we score better off of playing the J off somewhere else. And we have more options for it. I should have considered that. Like, the reason to keep the O and play Narc instead of Narco is to account for the possibility of drawing the J as the last tile. I was too busy being fixated on my opponent playing here for the J instead. And so we may have misanalyzed that one a little bit. But I think if my opponent sees that this is my only J spot, then... Oh, actually, J over here. 17. 17 minus 4, that's a plus 13. 10 minus 6. Oh, no, hang on. E is worth more than that. 17 minus 8, that's a plus 9. So... And then... Jor over here is going to be 10 minus 6. That's a plus 4. Obviously, we'll go for the plus 9, but I think I might be losing this either way. Worst case is my opponent just plays something right here and then blocks both of those possibilities, and then we may actually just straight up lose. Unless I find another J location. So that was a huge blunder, actually. We needed to keep O for the J. Big mistake on my part. The thing is, if you played Narc, then it's actually hard for my opponent to kind of do anything about the spot over here. But again, I was thinking that most scenarios were that I need to deal with the opponent scoring with the J. Gi in that position. Okay, that's 401. If we have a plus 9, we are going to lose if my opponent has an out, which I don't think they do. So let's just take this and think about where P and R are going to go afterwards. I see per for 5 over here, which is not going to be enough. I see bow. Hang on, just take it. We actually should have done Jor so I can just play out the P as a single tile. I don't think I had enough time to look at that clearly. And yeah, at this point we'll probably lose. I might even lose 10 on time unless I play instantly when my opponent plays without even looking at what's going on. We may still win, but I have not been able to calculate it, and I need to watch the clock at this point because as soon as it flips to my side, I have to play. Like, I have to hit enter instantly. If we went JOR up on the top, then we had some more flexibility for where to place the P on the last tile, like on top of the OM for Palm. That actually would have been a better sequence. If we saw that my opponent did not have an out, JOR up on Narco, Palm on the left side over here. That should have been what we did. But I was down on time and we didn't see it properly, so. I am not working out the sequence right now because we have too much to look at. And I need a display to go down instantly, or we lose 10 on time. I'm scanning the board, though, to see if we have a second spot for this. In case my opponent sees it and blocks it, which, given that he's got 4 minutes to look at this, I think he can work it out. And can work out that this is my only actual route. Pre for 5 over here. Pre is good in this lexicon. So I actually have 2 outs, 5 points each. So my opponent needs to have a play that's accounting for tiles unplayed is going to get +8 or +9 to win. So we should win, actually, just barely. Assuming that I have enough time to play without running out of time. Oh, I'm going to lose by 1. I'm going to lose by 1. Okay. All words are valid. So actually, the 5-point challenge that we did much earlier off of Dale did swing the game. And we lost by 1 point. I don't know if we could have played that better. I think the Jor route here, followed by threatening Palm, is slightly better. Because what did we get off the last 2 plays? We got 5 off of Per. We got 17 off of the J. And so we need to map this out. So we got +22 off of this. What if we went Jor, which is 10, and then Palm, which is 6 and 10. Actually, no, we found the best one, I think. So the mistake in the first place was just playing the O off of Narco. I think that was probably pretty impactful. I don't know if that was winnable, though. We need to actually properly map out the endgame. But we have a lot more possibilities with the O if we do play, or with the J, rather, if we do play Narco there. We need to look at the board to see if we just missed an obvious outplay. But yeah, it looks like I just lose by 1. Let's update the standings. And it does mean we'll finish closer to the bottom of the group, unfortunately, after all rounds complete. And I want to go back to round 9 afterwards so we can look at Snurted. So, anyway, that's it for the tournament. Let's put up the analysis. And see what we can do here. I was just going to leave the tournament thank you message for playing. Okay. So let's take a look at what we had. Weft. Look at this Menowau or whatever. Oh, it's Maori, okay. I don't know how to say it. Erodible. Oh, I didn't see the E hook and weft. I do know it. Trilobed, which I also know. We actually didn't really look at the T as a possibility. I should have seen it. If I had looked at it, I would have seen trilobed. And we just totally forgot about the E on weft. I absolutely know it. we'd seen it before. It's from Spencer, so I think it's Collins only, but I've absolutely seen it in the past, and we just didn't even look at it erodible over here. So lots of problems here already. Broad was one of the better plays that was possible here. I do know this word, die with a B on the end. I do know it, I just didn't see it at the time. As a slight improvement was dropping the B there. It's a very unusual placement, so I'm not surprised I missed it. Alex's best. Hat over here. Niftiest 149. I missed it. I missed 149 point play. Okay, that's unfortunate. I didn't know faintest. I think faintest might be a Collins word. Let me check it. How did I miss niftiest? It's not even hard to see. I think I saw how many T's I was holding and I just didn't check it. Because I was thinking, oh, finitist or something, that's not good. And then I should have remembered that I had seen those letters before and looked for niftiest. Because it would have come up before that I look at a rack and I say, oh, finitist isn't good, and I see niftiest, kind of in that sequence. And that's why people practice anagrams, so you recognize situations like that. But massive blunder to not see it. Fastuous, I just don't know. I saw fatuous as a possibility, but I just don't know fastuous. And yeah, that's just a pure word knowledge thing. Good in both lexica. Nolition, my opponent does not see it because they go for the obvious 40-point spot with the I on the Q. I guess there were far better spots here. Awk, as you can see, scores reasonably and is valued at about 11 points better just because it dumps to U and keeps something much nicer, keeps it for woke and walks. So yeah, that should have been a play for sure. I didn't look at it properly. My opponent has tons of choices. Notional, Boltonia, Lotions, Moonlit, and goes for looting. Exchange is one of the more reasonable plays here. I didn't look at AUE, but we should have considered that as well. The exchange dumping the A, which we were kind of waffling about, is valued at about a point better, but let's see. My opponent at this point is already holding the Z for things like Vizier, but does not see a Dally hook, I guess. Leagues is the only thing there. We take it. And then we did not see D-Bud. I don't think well, I didn't know Daled, which is why I challenged Daled. What is Daled? Oh, Dowled. So it takes an S, like Dowled, Dowleth. And you can dump an S on top of it because it is the Hebrew letter. Anyway, over here, my opponent keeps doing a bit of rack management to keep the Z and see what's going on. Vary with the one tile play is one of the better options there. I did see Irid in some other locations. I didn't end up considering this one, but we actually should have looked at it with the possibility of playing off the wide next turn. Z over here for a big ton of points. Didn't see the refined position here. And let's see, Lou down here. And then what do we have? Chived. I was looking at something like that. I was looking at Chive, actually, and I didn't think about Chived. I was looking at Shiv. Yeah, I couldn't remember if Shiv with C was good. I know Shiv with the S, and I know Chav, like C-H-A-V. I was not sure about Shiv by itself like this, but it would have been quite nice given that we're holding one of the last two E's at this point. And my opponent has Arugo and doesn't get a chance to take it. This point. So, okay, so this is where we get into the endgame sequence. Narco is the highest scoring play. without looking ahead to the endgame sim or anything like that. But we would need to run it through the endgame sim to look at this properly because of the different iterations of how you draw. So the analyzer here is not going to do this for us, but there is software that does exist that does do precisely that kind of sequence mapping. I actually didn't think about the R there either, but these score about the same. It's just that this spot leaves a hotter spot for the O, and I would not have wanted to do that anyway with a J unseen, because you have JO blank A, like JOTA, for instance, being a possibility, JAGA as well, a couple of things like that. So wouldn't have chosen that anyway. My opponent actually misses Orageous, which I don't think I know. So actually, there was something there. There is a 7 in that rack, incidentally. Is Giaours, Giaours or something like that, I think. Let's see if I know how to spell it. So my opponent actually was holding a 7. It's just that the 7 did not fit anywhere. And that was best case scenario for my opponent, to hold a bingo rack with J in the bag. And that would have been a 94-point swing if you add my tiles afterwards. So we get into this situation here. So yeah, as you can see, this has already mapped it out and has mapped out the fact that this is a loss by 1 point, I think. Yeah, because this is the play. Zeta doesn't go out in time, I think. Or, well, we'll see. I missed something. I missed Prof. Right, because the O would have been new to the board at the time. I had 1 second to look at this. I did not see any plays over the O because I didn't look at how it changed to position. But these are the only 2 winning plays. Prom I should have seen because I had so much time to look at Pom in that position. So that's a big blunder, is that I was too fixated on 5 points here, 5 points here. I didn't look at Prom because Prom is a win. Prof I would not have seen within a second because no time to look at a position, but we did miss the win on the left side here. And I was talking about playing Pom here too, and I just didn't even think about how Prom was one of my outplays. So that was a big blunder there. That lost the game by itself because it should have been a 3-point win, and instead we got stuck with a 1-point loss for a rather exciting ending that, if I had left myself more time to analyze, I should have been able to map that out properly. I don't know that I would have seen what my opponent was going to do here because that's a very tricky fit. But that is what we're going to end up with today. And so tournament standings in the end, 5 and 7 today, does put me near the bottom of the group, I think. We will look at game 9 because I said I would. Let's just go back for a moment and look at the standings. So yeah, we're at 8, and then the bottom player, I think, started forfeiting from disconnection at some point. Like they dropped out early, I think. But pretty big group today, 12 here, and a tight pack in the middle, as you can see. And so I finished up in this spot here. And let's take a look at the round 9 game so we can look at Snurted. I also want to show off something in round 1 because we paged through it really quickly, and there was something that came up that was fun. So Snurt, it's Scots to Snigger. Oh, I can see maybe why that would get picked up if it's going to say that in the dictionary, and if like Switch is like really overzealous about substring filters. That might be the problem. Right, because we had the other game later, the one that had Gingeriest to come down on the board, where Sniggers was actually available, and I think someone said that that was when there was some chat filtering that automatically killed it. So, yeah, that explains it. So let's just step through this one quickly because we didn't get a chance. Yeah, different spots for Juve. I like the bottom spots. Punax would never have seen anything like this. Is tamil a kind of oil cake prepared from the coconut and fed to cattle? I did not really know Schotten, I think. Of a salmon having recently spawned and less desirable as food. Interesting. Let's check the lexicon for this one. It's good in both. I should have seen it before. Not that low in probability despite the double T, so... look at this. Monteith. Scots word over here, probably just Collins only. Large 17th or 18th century bowl, usually of silver for cooling punch glasses. I did see thionate. Thionate is good, but notice how, because of the blank, that in terms of equity, a whole bunch of short plays are actually valued over thionate. In this position, I'd still take it, though. My opponent misses Basaltic and Kabbalist. Not the easiest to see. And I missed a big spot for Trank. Oh, because I didn't see Roop. So I thought, QAT has to be to play. No sevens, but a couple of things like Cameo. This is where the phony Macy goes down. I didn't even look at it. Senza is the best play here. We got it. Pseudo and so on, but my opponent goes duped. Organum dumps a good number of tiles, but Mung is a pretty reasonable play. It's kind of just about tied. Noseband. Sawbone soybeans. Does my opponent say a single thing here? On beats, and of course draws a challenge with on beats, because I was not sure. XU is going to be best up there. And then here, did I miss this spot? Oh, I didn't consider NUR there, that's why. Otherwise, I probably should have seen that. Although IO is pretty close in terms of valuation, so not too bad, all things considered, in terms of killing that spot off. Slevine. It's Irish, a crafty, smooth talking person. Never seen that before. And it's actually good in both lexica as well. That's surprising to me. I guess we don't see words like that very often because with 4 E's, it's way, way down in any kind of probability list. YU, I did not see this spot here. I do know Atua. I just did not see the location because I was looking for some way to dump YU because that would clearly be best, and we just missed a spot to do it here. I think I looked at that spot there and decided against it, but we missed the good spot. That was, again, clearly best. Took UE up here. Oh yeah, we never actually figured out whether UE takes anything in front. I don't think... Yeah, so Sui doesn't go by itself. Chop Sui doesn't reduce to just Sui. Oh, left over here. Burr over here. Syrah is actually good here too for thionates. For a lot more points, but slightly better value. And then go over there. Mr. Donus. Dithionate. I never considered that because that's when you get into 10-letter words. And we would just have never seen it. Unless you really know it as a chemist. That's not going down. So this is the point at which my opponent plays Larges, but misses Gasolier as the other option in there. And then I play Cert to try to open up. ST, where? Here? No, that doesn't open. I needed to open at this point to try to win. Well, I don't know. 25 points does catch quite a bit. It's just that we're still behind with trying to get rid of a clunky C in that position. And That's probably not too good. This we challenge off because my opponent's trying desperate plays there to block that. And then owie is what we do here. I did not consider levied up there. That actually would have been nice, but I think the point of owie was to open a second lane, which we did. It goes down, and then we see snurted over on this side, and that is the ending by a pretty slight margin, all things considered. Only one thing I'd want to look at this point, I want to show one thing that we paged through way too quickly in game one. Because we had no time to look at it, but there was a 9-letter word that I missed, and I just wanted to take a second look at that. So let's just run analysis pretty quickly. Oh, and this game had Muley go down, right, because this was the one we were thinking about, Muley, like M-U-L-Y or M-U-L-E-Y. Anyway, let's page through quickly. We saw Tine, but not Facetiae, which I do know. Yeah, because here we were worried about all the vowel spots on the left side for all the triple letters. As your rate, I think I considered in some other game, but anyway, lots of choices here. All pretty low scoring, so it's all just about position. We saw a tens after spending way too long thinking I had nothing. My opponent misses Turgidor. We get Isobear. And then this is the other one here. If you saw the hook for the O, which I didn't. But we saw Isobear ready to go even before that came down, I think. When it gets Kajir, we did not see Vigs over here, did we? I think I considered it, but didn't want to spend the S and still have all consonants. So few, despite scoring 21 fewer points, is valued at about 5 down. And we missed a lot of stuff here, actually. Knives, intensive. I was thinking maybe there was something through the TE, and we never saw it. Inventors, Venetians, lots of stuff through TE or ET, in fact. But the only 8 there is knives. Yeah, Venins is there. I think we said something about wanting to check like Venines. But Venines is good. Okay, yeah. Because I did see that on my rack. It's just that I had no place for it. And okay, so this, yeah, we missed a whole bunch of 9s. And look at this. Beautyanines. Beautyanines is a 10. I would never, ever have seen that. But this game has been full of like possibilities for 9s and 10s, which is why we wanted to see it. This one is Chance is a boundary wall enclosing a defended area. I think I actually have seen that in the wild, so to speak. This is a bird. Oh, like a buteo. That's right. Because I think that by itself is good. So the whole family of birds that consisted of buteo is the buteonines. Buteonines, buteonines. One of the two. Neotenes, yeah, lots of stuff that we missed. Endosines, 19s, internes. At least we played tennises and played something and drew a challenge from it. Didn't know Kanara. An African candle holder. This is an exchange rack over here, and then Lazar here. Yeah, we just drew very, very well this game, and just happened to miss all the 9 and 10 letter words, that's all. Which we can't be blamed for too much, I don't think. Muley, we phonied there. Was thinking maybe it's just EY, but we know Muliest was good, that's why we tried something like that. And big win to start the day back there. Anyway, that's it for today's stream. We paged through the games pretty quickly and didn't really analyze that properly, but we had some very interesting moments. Narrowly averted my opponent playing a 284-point bronzers. Missed a triple of our own with the niftiest in that one game. Misplayed the end game under time pressure in the last round there and lost by 1 point. Lots of drama all around. Hopefully we'll get a chance to do this again the next time they run this event. Again, this group usually comes on every month or two to try to put this together. And we've been finding it a very competitive group, very good level of challenge, little above my word knowledge, but definitely a lot of games that are kind of right at our level. So yeah, Clint Sizzle, thanks for joining me for so long, and thank you for the GGs. I'm glad you enjoyed watching me play. I always want to stream this game more often, but I'm usually not on at a time where we can get good, consistent matches. So it was very fortunate that this group came together at a time that I could kind of blow up my personal schedule to make when they do make it happen. So hopefully we'll be back for more later this year. For now, though, we'll be going back to video games later this week, probably more post-game Hollow Knight Silksong, and some other things I have planned as we get into October. So, thank you very much for joining me for this very lengthy session. As usual, VODs will be up on YouTube after the fact. And have a wonderful time with whatever you may be making or playing. We'll see whether it's worthwhile to send on a micro raid or something, but if not, we'll just cut it off here. So, as always, have a great day and fare thee well.